order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Director Tremblay.
Here.
Director Santangelo.
Here.
Director Mulchay.
Present.
Secretary Kildee.
Here.
Chair Craven.
Here. Please rise and join me in the pledge of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
There are no amendments to this agenda.
Next is the consent calendar.
Move the approval. I'll second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Could we have a roll call, please?
Director Tremblay.
Yes.
Director Santangelo.
Yes.
Director Mulchay.
Yes.
Secretary Kildee. Kevin, you're muted. You're still muted. Kevin, can you unmute? There you go.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, there are no departmental items, no legal items. Comments from staff?
No comments from staff.
Comments from board members? If anybody's interested and hasn't yet asked to be signed up for the CASA virtual conference, this is the last chance. So with that, we will adjourn.
All right, we'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency for Wednesday, July 22 to order. Let the record reflect that all directors are here. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Do I hear a motion on consent calendar?
The approval.
Second. Okay, a race to the second. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Jeffrey. There are no departmental items, no items from legal counsel. Any comments from staff?
No comments from...
Any comments from board members? I will go ahead and adjourn that meeting of the Successor Agency, and we will convene the meeting, the regular meeting of the Wednesday, July 22 Camarillo City Council for the regular agenda. I understand, let the record reflect that all council members are present. I understand that there is one amendment tonight, and maybe I'll run this past you, Mr. Ramirez, and it appears that item 7A on temporary outdoor dining safety reimbursement program is actually going to be included, or a broader version of that is going to be included in our special meeting agenda for 7 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
Okay, with that, are there any other amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, we have no presentations. We move to the consent calendar. Do I hear a motion on consent?
Move the approval. A second.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, Mr. Kildee.
It's just a question on the item R. It's the voluntary retirement incentive program. I just want to confirm how many employees are interested in that, if you would.
There are currently 7 that had shown interest.
And is that the final number?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did I hear a yes? Okay.
All right, Mr. Mulchay,
I just have a comment on one item.
please go ahead.
On item K, the software license and services, the purchase order for the HDL software, which is what we use to manage business tax and other business-related services. I do, in light of the fact that we're also in part of this consent calendar, we're going to have we have the grand jury cyber security strategies for cities in Ventura County. I do want to point out that when it comes to security vulnerabilities, we also need to look at how those apply to third-party services and software, particularly those who house data that's relevant to us, constituents, and/or businesses. I believe, and I pointed out the staff privately, which I won't highlight here, but I think there are some vulnerabilities when it comes to HDL software and how one can interact with it. And I would like us to address that with HDL and seek some improvements on that front.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Are there any other comments on any of the consent calendar items? Hearing none.
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Can I just interject really quick? On item N, the replacement of the LED traffic signal modules, I just want to commend Mr. Picardo for answering some of the questions I think that we all had, and I thought it was a very thorough response to that. So I just want to make that comment, please.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other questions on any of the consent calendar items? I don't believe we have, or did we have a motion on the consent calendar? I think Mrs. Craven, you made a motion. Did we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Jeffrey, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Craven,
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo,
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So for anybody who's watching on TV, here's where we're going to be going in terms of calendar tonight. Mr. Klotz, we'll get to you in just a second. Thank you. I saw you approach the podium. Between now and 6:30, we'll be trying to do as much of the business on our 5 o'clock calendar as possible. At 6:30 p.m., there will be a closed session. At 7 p.m., I will call the special meeting of the council to order to work on the 2 items on the special meeting agenda. And then at 7:30 p.m., we will reconvene the regular meeting. All right. With that in mind, we'll now proceed to item 6A under Public Works, Landscape Maintenance Services Agreement Amendment. Mr. Koffel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. This item is to consider an amendment to the existing agreement with Landscape Development Incorporated, or LDI, to revise the scope and frequencies of contracted landscape maintenance services. The existing multi-year contract with LDI was approved by City Council on December 11th of 2019 and is effective through June 30 of 2023. In response to the reduction in city general fund revenues due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the recently adopted city budget includes a reduced level of general fund expenditure for contracted landscape maintenance services. A $400,000 reduction in contract landscape maintenance expenditures in the general fund was incorporated into the final budget for this current fiscal year 2020-21. Since that time, staff has coordinated with LDI to develop an amended scope of services to provide a reduced level of landscape maintenance at a reduced cost. The amended scope of services only affects areas that are not within a landscape maintenance assessment district. The reduced scope of services includes reduced frequency for trimming ground cover, shrubs, and vines from weekly to every other week, reduced frequency of turf mowing from weekly to every other week, removal of annual turf renovation at Constitution Park, Disdar Park, and the library, reduced frequency of debris removal and servicing trash cans at city properties from 5 to 3 days per week. Removal of weeds and spent flowers will be within 2 weeks instead of 1. Reduced level of spent ground cover and shrub replacement, and also removal of several areas of service, including the old courthouse property and non-landscape sections of city bike trails. These areas that have removed from the contract services will be maintained as needed by City Street Division staff and the less frequent servicing may result in more growth of plants and weeds and the accumulation of leaves and trash between contractor service visits. This may require city staff to break away from their regularly scheduled tasks to respond as necessary between LDI's service visits. Again, no reductions in the level of service are proposed in any of the landscape maintenance assessment district areas because these are funded through those assessments, and there would be no resulting savings to the general fund. The proposed amendment to the LDI agreement to reduce landscape maintenance services and frequencies is for an amount of $1,471,340 for this fiscal year. And that's a reduction of $339,148 from the original agreement amount. The agenda report lists the annual amounts for each fiscal year of the amended agreement, including an estimated 4% annual increase based on the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. This estimated amount is based on past fluctuations in the actual CPI data, and it's included as a budgetary planning figure to arrive at a total amount to be authorized by council for the total 3-year term of the agreement. The actual CPI increase, if any, will be calculated prior to each successive year of the agreement using the published CPI data at that time. Whatever percentage CPI increase comes from the published data will then be implemented, and this is provided in the original contract as an annual increaser if CPI allows. The total council authorization amount provides for these calculated CPI increases. The agenda report also shows the breakdown of savings for the amended LDI contract compared to the original contract, with a total general fund savings of just over $334,000. A portion of the City Hall and courtyard costs shown are funded with non-general fund dollars. Therefore, the total contract savings in those funds is not all general fund savings. To achieve a total general fund savings closer to the budgeted reduction amount of $400,000, staff has implemented additional general fund savings of $62,000 through reductions in pressure washing and other maintenance services. The total general fund savings achieved through these reductions in contract services is $396,000, just under the $400,000 target amount. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klotzel. Do council members have questions for Mr. Klotzel? Mr. Kitty, I see you first.
Yeah. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah, Dave, I want to talk a little bit about the trash and how there's nothing bothers me more than to see trash cans that are overflowing, and that's just not a good thing. So I understand that we could do it 3 times a week. Is there any thought about perhaps when the library reopens or something that gets more visitors, that we can monitor that and make sure that the trash is is taken care of in a reasonable way with this? Perhaps we could look and see what days of the week are higher volume for people. Therefore, we can make sure that we, deal with that, making sure that the trash is picked up. Then, is there a plan in place of what 3 days a week we're going to do it?
The initial plan is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but of course, as we do with all of our contracts, is continually monitor and adjust as necessary. Again, the service levels are being set at a reduced level here for the contractor, and then through monitoring and becoming aware of additional needs for additional servicing, that's where I mentioned then it'd be city street staff that would be responding as necessary for additional services.
Okay, if I could proceed just real quickly, Mr. Mayor. Dave, so city staff is going to, see if there's issues that need to be addressed, but will it be on call? Will it be a case-by-case scenario? Or will they be going around and monitoring that situation, or how are we gonna know?
A combination of those things. Our street staff, along with other divisional staff, is out in the city every day. So it'll be monitored that way. And then they're on staff, regular working hours all day, 5 days a week. And then we have on-call also already in place for anything that comes up for any type of maintenance service that's needed. So we're going to be, out there and working as usual and able to respond when necessary.
One final, the pressure washing, how often do we do that right now?
We have a contract, we have a multi-year contract that's in place, and the base contract is for twice a year pressure washing, and specifically focused in the Old Town area. We would always do one right after Fiesta, tended to generate some need for pressure washing in that area. Now, of course, Fiesta likely isn't going to be happening, especially to the extent that, and to the scale that it had been in the past. So I think we're able to, with our reduced level, be able to address on a case-by-case basis the need for pressure washing. So we feel like with this reduction, we'll still be able to provide the services necessary.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Are there, Ms. Santangelo?
Yeah, Dave, I was thinking about the trash as well. If it turns out that the receptacles that we currently have are getting too full, can we get larger ones? Is that an option in some areas?
In limited areas, yes. A lot of these receptacles are the concrete with inserts inside of them already. So really to replace those is really what we'd be looking at, the possibility for additional receptacles. Maybe we would look at that. And again, it's going to be a case-by-case basis. We know, staff knows where the hot spots are already, and the need to address those. So we're just going to be continued, heightened level of monitoring and response as necessary.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Klotzel? I had a couple of quick questions, Dave. The first question was, if I recall correctly, or am I correct that this agreement that was entered into with LDI in December of last year was the product of a bid or proposal, a competitive bid or competitive proposal process, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the amounts that we're looking at here were a result of that specific process, the overall amounts in the contract.
Correct, yes. The existing original agreement was through the competitive bid process, awarding that contract back in December, became effective January 1, and then now this reductions are, reductions to those contract frequencies and dollar amounts.
And the reductions are the result of a negotiation with the contractor?
That's correct.
Right. And was, with respect to the CPI increases, were those CPI increases in the original contract?
Yes. The provision for those are. So how that works is our standard maintenance agreements like this, a contractor bids and gives us, like for instance on this contract, an annual price for these services. And that's it's not a separate annual price for each successive year. They bid on it, an annual cost of X amount of dollars. And then knowing, because it's a multi-year contract, our contract builds in the provision for if there is a CPI increase, through the published data, then the contractor has the opportunity to request an increase based on that calculated CPI. Some of the things that can affect a contractor's cost of doing business is the implementation of higher, I was going to say prevailing wage, minimum wage rates, other costs of doing business that increase throughout the year that then they can request, and the contract allows application of that CPI increase. So we estimate that going in to allow to obtain council's authorization for the total maximum contract amount per year, and then the actual increase is calculated, whatever that ends up being. The last couple of years we've seen 3%, 3.2, 3.4. That's why we budgeted at 4%. This was all pre-COVID. And then we've also seen years where it's been less than that. So the actual increase will be what the actual published CPI increase is for each year.
Okay, and just to reiterate, my understanding is correct that the total reduction for fiscal year 2021, this current fiscal year, will be approximately $340,000 from the original contract, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Klotzel. Any other questions by council members? Do I hear a motion?
Move the approval. A second.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven,
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay,
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo,
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klotzel. I think we have another one up under item 6B for the North Pleasant Valley Desalter project, the federal funding agreement.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is a good news item. Wanted to bring this forward, including opportunity to give a status update on the project and with some photo representation of progress to date. So yes, this is regarding federal funding for the Desalter, which is through the Bureau of Reclamation. And it's under a program called Title 16 Water Smart Desalination Construction Projects under the WIN Act. And this program provides funding of up to 25% of total project costs. Some history is the first step was for the city to submit a project feasibility study, and that was approved by the Bureau of Reclamation in October of 2017. This established our eligibility, which was confirmed to Congress by Bureau of Reclamation back in February of 2018. That allowed for our application when the announcement for funding opportunity was issued that we could submit, and that was submitted shortly thereafter, shortly after February of 2018. Then a year later, in February of 2019, the Bureau of Reclamation finalized their processing and review of all of that and recommended that Congress grant $5 million of that funding to the Desalter project. The initial federal funding agreement before you tonight is for $4.926 million. This is the $5 million recommendation less the Bureau of Reclamation administration costs. In June of last year, we applied again for additional funding up to the $15 million limit based on total eligible project costs of $60 million, and this is for expenditures after the eligibility date of December of 2016. So the total eligible cost or amount of funding that we're eligible for is the $15 million, and we've now reapplied again a year ago for the remainder of that funding. Latest communication with Bureau of Reclamation is their senior staff is continuing the review of all the applications submitted and to end up with a final recommendation for funding. So we really have no news at this point other than it's still under review. Timing is somewhat consistent with the long length of time to get through the process for this federal funding. So we'll be sure to inform council whenever we do hear anything on that, on our last application for additional funding. Just wanted to take an opportunity, I'll back up a little bit, just a refresher on all the different components of the project. So shown on the screen and in your PowerPoint handout, onto the far right of the picture is the Desalter site in the darker color there, the northwest corner of Las Posas and Lewis/Somas Road. And then we have the pipelines. The blue pipeline is what we call our conveyance pipelines to deliver raw water from our wells A and B over to the Desalter site. So that's new pipes that will need to be installed. The green pipe is a brine discharge line that's coming from the proposed desalter that Pleasant Valley Mutual Water Company is planning to build. And so under separate agreement with PV Mutual, the city is designing and constructing that pipeline along with our conveyance pipeline. As you see, the alignment is similar. And all of that under an agreement that council's already approved with Pleasant Valley Mutual for full reimbursement of all those costs from Pleasant Valley Mutual. And then we have the connection to the salinity management pipeline, the Cayugas brine line out in Lewis Road, or Somas Road at that point. And the little yellow piece there is our discharge, final discharge of our brine from the treatment process. So quick overview of the components and now the status of the project. If you recall, back in September, we had a groundbreaking and construction actually started that day. The grader was out there, and construction has been going on for it's about 10 months. And main elements of work have been the partially buried concrete structures and holding tanks, the pipelines and conduits underground throughout the facility site, and also the administration building construction is proceeding. We are finalizing our bid package for getting the conveyance pipelines project out to bid. We'll be coming back to council for award of that in the next few months, and then moving into construction so we get the pipeline in the ground so we can deliver water to the site. That brine disposal connection to the Cayugas brine pipeline is also going to be constructed here soon. That's under a separate agreement with Cayugas where the city's paying, but the Cayugas is designed and administering the construction contract for that connection point. It's piping and valving that's within a vault that Cayugas will own and operate. So that's how that's been structured, is they are building it and we're going to be paying for that. We'll be coming back to council with an update item regarding that piece also. Design and permitting from Caltrans for the driveway connection to Somas Road is in process. We're nearing completion of getting a permit for that. This is one of the items that final design and permitting wasn't completed when we bid the original contract, the $40 million contract with William Lyles, knowing that we are going to be entering into some change orders for this type of additional work. So we'll be going through a change order process to add the construction of the entrance driveway once we get final permits from Caltrans. And then we are also in the middle of the process of selecting a contract facility operator. A couple years ago, we pre-qualified operators, and now our detailed request for proposal has been sent to those pre-qualified operators, and they are preparing proposals that will be submitted next month, and we'll be going through an interview process and selection and coming back to council for award of that agreement for the contract facility operator. Construction is on schedule, and within the contract amount, we've got the $40 million contract with Lyles, a 10% contingency authorized by council for $4 million contingency. Some of them, these planned change orders like the entrance driveway, and then some other change orders that have come up along the way, relatively minor at this point. We'll be coming back to council with a more thorough project budget status with all components of the project. Back when we were going through the bid and award, on that we had a detailed summary of all the components of the project. We have some updates to that, and we'll be presenting that likely when we come back and award the conveyance pipeline project. That'll be the next big ticket dollar amount item for the project. And we'll complete construction in late spring is the plan next year, and then move right into testing and startup through the summer with the target by late summer of delivery of treated water into our system. Pretty extensive testing and startup process. We need to be approved and essentially permitted by the State Division of Drinking Water, final approval to be able to deliver our water. And then just a refresher, that total estimated project costs back when we awarded the contract of $66.3 million. And again, that includes all components of the project: property acquisition, the design, the environmental process, construction, our monitoring well construction, and construction management, and other items. So again, we'll be coming back with further update on where we are within the project budget item in the near future. And again, just a refresh on the funding sources, $15 million in state grants secured, this $5 million federal grant, that's the item for tonight, and then $33.6 million in water funds and $12.7 million of water revenue bonds. And just a few pictures of construction progress. This is back After site grading was completed, full over excavation of the entire site, and then excavations for the partially buried concrete structures can be seen here. And then we moved into winter, springtime, got some rain. This is a shot during or right after some rain. You can see a tarp covering up some of the excavation. The contractor slogged through it. It made up some time later when it dried out, and it has been kept on schedule. Another post-rain event, we see some ponded water, but construction continuing, the concrete structures coming up out of the ground. And then somewhat more recent shot here, again, concrete structures coming up. In this shot, the slab of the administration building on the far left has been poured, and the steel framing started. And then most recent picture here with that framing further along on the administration building and construction continuing on those concrete structures. So, so far so good. Project is progressing, getting these grant agreements in place, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klotzel. Do any members of the council have questions for Mr. Klotzel? Mr. Kildee.
I have a question. Yeah, Dave, so when can we expect the payment?
Specifically from this federal funding agreement, it's a reimbursement base. So first step is to get this agreement in place, and then we will start compiling we basically submit an invoice or a request for payment, and I don't have a specific date on when that's going to happen. Again, first step is getting this agreement in place, and then we'll start to be able to be submitting the request for reimbursement. So,
But the money is there, so once we get the request in and the submittals, then we shouldn't have any problem getting funding for it then, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Are there other questions for Mr. Klotzel? Mr. Mulchay.
Dave, this isn't necessarily related to this agreement, but the question was raised back when we were going through the bidding process for this project as to whether or not it would be able to eliminate the need for residents to have water softeners. And Steph had indicated that there was going to need some more time to pass and some studies to come out. One, do you have an answer now, or when would you expect that answer to come?
That would more fully answered after we're up and operational, and we actually have the discharge of the treated water and the full spectrum of the different water quality parameters that are going to have an effect on that. So really, it's after we're up and running.
Okay, once we test the actual the water output,
Right.
the quality of the water.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Dave, a question for you, or actually for Mr. Pierik. I mean, having been involved personally with several Bureau of Reclamation contracts as an attorney, I'm sensitive to the references over 49 pages to various federal laws in this financial assistance agreement. Have you reviewed this grant agreement, and are you comfortable with the city's compliance with these federal requirements? I mean, just as one very minor example, calls for single audit compliance with this reimbursement.
Yeah, as far as our involvement in a review of this entire process, and including a full review of, again, I can't speak exactly for Brian's review and involvement in that, but through our staff's processing through the Bureau of Rec and the details of the agreement, it's been reviewed and deemed to be acceptable.
Yeah, let me rephrase the question. There are 49 pages of requirements in this assistance agreement, and an awful lot of references to federal law, and I won't go through all that. The question is, are any of these items going to be in this agreement in any way in conflict with our A, agreement with the general contractor, or B, our $15 million agreement with the state of California, grant agreement with the state of California? In other words, are all these provisions complementary and not conflicting?
Yes, based on the review that's been performed, and the bulk of that review was done before this through our application process, knowing, this template and information is available throughout that whole process, so that had been reviewed in consultation with the city attorney, and feel that is complicated.
Because when you read this, it's kind of a breathtaking walk through the U.S. Code, and that's why I'm asking, just to make sure there aren't conflicts. All right, thank you for that. Any other questions from council members? Do I hear a motion?
Move the approval.
Second.
All right, we have
Kevin.
We have a motion, and I apparently a completed race for the second. Jeffrey, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Rhonda, yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries.
All right, thank you very much, Jeffrey. Let's see, we will not be taking up item 7A on the regular agenda because instead it's been supplanted by an item on the special meeting agenda, which brings us to item 9A, City Manager, and this is an introduction of an ordinance relative to rabies vaccination and reporting requirements. Mr. Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Mr. Picardo will be handling this item as well as item B in this under City Manager report.
Good evening, Your Honor, council members. The California Health and Safety Code, section 1290, 121690 addresses dog licensing and rabies vaccinations requirements. The law requires rabies and rabies licensing and vaccination of dogs of a certain age and authorizes cities and counties to adopt and enforce a rabies control program. The city has its own animal control and rabies control provisions as set forth in Camarillo Municipal Code, Chapter 7.16, and the other provisions that follow. However, the City of Camarillo contracts with Ventura County Animal Services for such services within the city. Recently, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors amended Section 4451 of the Ventura County Ordinance Code, which updated the Ventura County Ordinance Code to include state law provisions contained in the aforementioned Health and Safety Code. Ventura County Animal Services is now requesting all cities that use Ventura County Animal Services for animal control services to update their municipal codes in accordance with state law and Ventura County Ordinance Code provisions, so that VCAS can enforce these provisions within the cities as their contract animal service provider. This change will require that all veterinarians practicing in those cities report administered rabies vaccination information to VCAS on a monthly basis. The required information will include the owner's name, address, animal information, and vaccination details. The proposed ordinance Chapter 7.16 of the Camarillo Municipal Code was last updated in 2012. The proposed ordinance will update Section 7.16.010, 7.16.020, and in accordance with state law and the county provisions as requested by Ventura County Animal Services. Attached to your report, you will find a red line of the proposed text amendments addressing the changes to rabies vaccination and reporting requirements. Where there are slight differences between California Health and Safety Code section 121690, which references dogs 3 months or older, and Ventura County Ordinance Code section 4451, which references dogs 4 months or older, this ordinance will follow the text of state law. City staff have corresponded with representatives of Ventura County Council's office on these slight differences. County representatives have accepted the proposed language and have indicated that this will not affect Ventura County Animal Services animal control services to the city. That being said, that concludes staff's presentation, and I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Do any council members have questions for Mr. Pichardo? Mr. Kildee, and then Ms. Santangelo.
Yeah, Mr. Ricardo, the 3 months versus the 4 months, that just, gets us into compliance with the state requirements are. Is that the reasoning behind that?
That's correct.
And then when you take your dog into the veterinarian, obviously they will make a strong suggestion that it's time for the rabies shot. Is it up for the owner to ask that, or will the veterinarian be the one that will make that suggestion, or is that something that's been discussed?
Yeah, so the veterinarian will make the determination on whether or not a dog, or in this case, let's say it's a puppy, it's 3 months old, and the veterinarian says, it's too ill to receive a vaccination. Therefore, we're not going to administer the vaccination. That being said, that animal owner would have to provide proof to Ventura County Animal Services in order to get an exemption for a period of time that the veterinarian suggests.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Vice Mayor?
Thanks, Roger. Is there an electronic reporting system set up for them?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they're actually working with veterinarians now, currently, within the county jurisdiction, and they're sending out notifications to the veterinarians, letting them know that the system is changing and that they're essentially going to provide an electronic system where the veterinarians will just automatically just submit the information to Ventura County Animal Services. It's going to be seamless, and the veterinarians will also be able to sell a license to the dog owner right on the spot. So that way you kill two birds with one stone.
That's great, thanks. And then, is there any requirement for them, let's say a vet recommends the vaccination and the pet owner refuses? Do they have to report that?
Well, if let's say a pet owner goes and refuses to have a vaccine, but there's no justification for refusing, I mean that the veterinarian says that the dog is perfectly fine, it's not going to harm the dog. So from a public health and safety perspective, it would be a violation of our municipal code and actually state law.
Mm-hmm.
So if that dog isn't vaccinated, the pet owner could be potentially cited for violating municipal code.
There's nothing in this that says that has to be reported.
It doesn't have to be reported. I mean, it's pretty much an honor system at that point.
Okay.
All right, are there any other questions? Mrs. Craven?
Yes. I was just wondering, is it countywide that the veterinarians are in this? Because let's just suppose that somebody here, for some reason, took their pet to a veterinarian in Thousand Oaks, which is not part of the county system. Are those veterinarians going to be hooked into the automatic reporting system?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure, but because Thousand Oaks falls under the LA County jurisdiction for animal control, I would have to say that no, they wouldn't have to comply with this, because they would fall under a different another county.
Well, it might be a good idea for the county to see if they'll sign in to reporting for this, because otherwise, what would be the process then?
So if I understand you correctly, your question is, if I have a dog and I live in, if there is a...
Say you lived in eastern Camarillo and your veterinarian was in Thousand Oaks and you took the dog there to get a vaccine, what would be the process for reporting that vaccine to the Ventura County Animal Services?
I would have to verify that, but in that circumstance, I would think it would be up to the dog owner to provide proof to Animal Control Services when they go and renew their license or obtain a new license. But that's a good question that you asked. I'm going to have to check with
The other part of my question is, what about Oxnard? Because I know there's a low-cost clinic in Oxnard, and I do know people take their pets there for vaccines and other things. And Oxnard itself handles a good many things. I don't know if they handle licensing. They only contract for certain things with county animal services. So we need to check on that.
Yeah, recently, Oxnard was actually issuing licenses at Oxnard PD. They have now done away with that, and now they're allowing, now they basically shifted that responsibility to the Ventura County Animal Services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Pichardo? If not, do I hear a motion?
Move the approval.
Actually, I'm sorry, let me interrupt. Actually, our suggested action, let me request a reading of the ordinance by title. Let's do that first.
I'll be glad to do that. It's ordinance number 1175, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending sections 7.16.010 and 7.16.020 of the Camarillo Municipal Code pertaining to rabies vaccination and reporting requirements.
Thank you, Mr.
Move the approval.
Move the approval. All right, we have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
And apparently that was adopted on a 5-0 vote?
Yes.
So we will move on to the next item, which is not an ordinance item, and we don't need to request a reading of the title. And this is item 9B, agreement with Southern California Edison to replace SCE-owned high-pressure sodium vapor streetlight fixtures with LED streetlight fixtures citywide. Mr. Pichardo?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll jump right into that. On June 24th, 2020, city staff received notification from Southern California Edison that a LS1 Option E tariff program is available to cities. This program allows Southern California Edison to replace their high-pressure sodium vapor streetlight fixtures with energy-efficient light-emitting diode fixtures with no out-of-pocket capital costs to cities. Southern California Edison owns and maintains about 4,694 streetlights throughout the city of Camarillo, along residential and arterial streets. The city's annual budget for street lighting is approximately $752,550. The city pays Southern California Edison a monthly tariff for each pole, which includes the cost of electricity and required maintenance. These types of street lights are referred to as LS1 lights and fall under Southern California Edison's LS1 cost tariff. City staff have been communicating with Southern California Edison regarding the LS1 program, which would provide the city energy usage cost savings should the City Council authorize Edison to replace the streetlights with energy-efficient LED technology. The average service life for high-pressure sodium vapor lights is approximately 24,000 operating hours, while the average service life for LED lights is approximately anywhere between 50 to 100,000 operating hours. Additionally, LED lights provide a more white and crisp type of light, which can improve not only safety and visibility, but general aesthetics during nighttime hours. Conversely, the high-pressure sodium vapor lights tend to produce a more shadowy, yellow type of light. Ultimately, LED streetlights provide energy and cost savings, are dark sky compliant, lower the community's carbon footprint, and increase safety through better night visibility and color perception. Edison estimated the cost to convert 4,694 Edison-owned streetlights in the city of Camarillo to LED at approximately $1.8 million, with an approximate cost of $383 per fixture. Edison recovers this capital cost over a 20-year period through energy cost savings, which will be rolled into the existing rate schedule. Based on the analysis provided by Edison of past usage and or assumptions of future usage, the energy cost savings is greater than the recovery mechanism. Therefore, the city still sees a net savings on the energy bill each month. Edison estimates the city would receive an approximate overall cost savings of about $152,143 per year. Of that amount, approximately $91,683 will be applied towards a 20-year cost recovery plan, with the remaining cost savings of approximately $60,460 applied directly to the city's energy bills. Now, this item requires the city to enter into an agreement with Southern California Edison to initiate the conversation process. Should the city council approve the item this evening, work would start sometime in October. Conversion of the streetlights should take approximately 1 month to complete, with total project completions before the end of the year. Now, that concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Pichardo? Mr. Milchek?
One second there. Staff has double-checked the numbers. These numbers come from SCE, the anticipated savings by switching to LEDs. And have these been checked out? Do you have confidence in these numbers?
Yes. So we've actually reviewed the numbers in-house, and we've also sourced it out to the Southern California Regional Energy Network, which is what all of the cities have been doing, because the Southern California Regional Energy Network is basically a nonprofit organization that was basically launched by way of the PUC, and they help and guide not only businesses, government, but also homeowners convert from more energy efficient lighting within their homes, whether it be in their homes, whether it be in their businesses, or whether it be a government entity. And in this case, it would be for the streetlight fixtures.
In the staff report, it says that these LEDs can last anywhere between 50 to 100,000 operating hours. But the units that are being proposed to be installed are rated for about 100,000, right?
That is correct.
So that should, go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct. They're actually, the specs that we got from Edison were that they're manufactured by General Electric, and that the hours are about the 100,000.
Yeah, the 100,000, that should last, hypothetically, should last about the 20-year lifespan.
It should, yes. And even if the lights were to burn out or whatnot, the cost is already, absorbed by Edison. So if one light goes out, all of them go out, the cost savings that we're achieving aren't going to change by any means, and Edison isn't going to charge us for those replacements.
You got to my next question already. You're reading my mind. Our current fixtures are about, I think they're around 2,000 Kelvin in terms of the temperature of the light, and the ones that are being proposed for install are about 3,000, right? So to put in perspective, an incandescent light bulb in one's house is about 2,700 Kelvin, so it's a little bit cooler than an incandescent light bulb. Is that right?
That's correct. As a matter of fact, that's the type of question that staff was asking Edison initially, and because Edison basically gives the option of a 4K or a 3K, and initially when they rolled this program out, some of the cities, not very many, but some of them were using the 4K for arterials and collector streets, and then the 3K for residential. And in talking with Edison's guru guy, he essentially said that most cities now are just going with the 3K because it's just warmer, and it's going to be a seamless transition from HPS to the 3K.
Yeah, and the 3K is more, people like 3K more. The 4K is a little bit wider, and for some people it's a little bit more irritating, and from my experience. So the 3K is good. This does not change the tariff rate, correct?
Correct.
But the hope is that if these lights last longer than the current lights do, that the tariff rate may, in the future, somehow come down if Edison sees that they don't have to service the lights as often.
That's correct. Because anytime, for example, Edison isn't just necessarily going to increase rates for whatever reason, like you just stated. If for whatever reason there's going to be fixtures that are having to be replaced more frequently, that's something that they have to go through the PUC and submit a general rate case, and the PUC would then come back and give them a yay or a nay. So at this point, you're going to see less maintenance, so it is going to reduce their operating costs. So that being said, yes, in the future there could be additional savings for us.
Their cost recovery of the $91,600 annually, that's going to be fixed. And so it's our anticipated savings in pocket of approximately $60,000. That could potentially be a variable based on the actual total savings we see. Is that right?
I'm not sure if you're saying that number can change from one year to the next over the course of the next 20 years. The answer would be no. That number is fixed. So that 60,000, that's the savings that you're going to see year to year for the next 20 years. Once we hit the 20-year mark, or after the 20-year mark, that additional $90,000 will then be applied to the energy bill. So we would see a total savings of about $152,000 per year.
Roger, this is John King. Would you mind if I just jump in real quick on that?
Sure.
I'm sorry, King, could you identify yourself, please?
Please, of course. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of council, my name is John King. I am, as Roger alluded so kindly, I am that streetlight guru from Southern California, Edison. I'm also the media past mayor and a council member from the city of Covina, so I bring greetings from my community as well. So I just wanted to quickly, for Councilmember Moshe, the underlying LS1 rate that you mentioned earlier can flex over time, depending upon what happens with the California Public Utilities Commission. And you're absolutely correct that we anticipate that rate over time is likely to go down as we see lower costs associated with streetlights. That's going to take some time to happen, but that is the anticipation and what we expect to happen over time. So I think that 60,000, which you kind of noted as a potential variable, I think the likelihood is that gets better over the 20 years, not worse over the 20 years. I never guarantee, what the commission is going to do by any stretch. Much smarter minds than I have failed at that effort. But I would say that the chances are that savings gets better over time as opposed to worse.
Thank you. And Mr. King, seeing that I have you, could you tell me how many communities of those who fall on this LS1, how many communities have been offered this type of deal, and how many have actually executed on it?
Sure. We've actually installed now, we own somewhere in the neighborhood of 450,000 streetlights. We've now completed roughly just over 200,000 streetlight replacements across the territory, and that includes communities from as far north as Visalia, Blythe on the California East Coast, if you will, Santa Barbara and Ventura County, San Bernardino County, Orange County, all through the territory. So I'm going to say out of our 120-ish communities, I think we've now hit somewhere in the neighborhood of 50, and looking forward to moving through over the next several years and completing all of them.
And this is to either Mr. King or Mr. Pichardo. Part of this retro, if Edison's going to come in, they're going to retrofit all these with the new LEDs. Are they going to do anything else as it relates to the sensors that essentially turns the LED, what turns the light on and off. I only ask that question because sometimes when I'll drive around in the early morning, once most of the street lights have turned off, occasionally you see a street light here, a street light there, a street light there staying on. You see a few street lights staying on throughout the duration of the day. Oftentimes, is any of that going to be serviced, or can any of that be addressed during this process?
You bet, Roger. I'm glad to take that if you don't mind. Sure. We will be replacing all of the sensors. So every new street light will receive a new sensor. So every single one of them will be brand new as we sweep through the community, or after we're finished sweeping through the community, I guess I should say. And I'd encourage you also, council member, if you ever do see that, if you go on the SCE app on your smartphone, you can certainly report those day burners, as we call them, day burners, and we're glad to take care of those as well. We hate to see that too.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, I've capitalized all the questions, but I'm done now.
Thank you. Do we have a question? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I'm going to segue a little bit. Maybe Mr. King or Roger can answer this. Well, hopefully in the unlikely event that a light will malfunction, how will Edison know? I mean, in other words, will there be an alert, or will there be a continuous analysis of how they're working? How would they know?
So much as happens today, council member, either a community member calls in or the city calls in. Streetlights are not automated in the sense that there's a meter that's telling us that there's a drop in power or there's a signal of some kind. So we do rely upon outage calls. We also perform an annual audit of the lights, or a patrol of the lights. We hate to catch the lights on patrol because that means they may have been out for some time. But anytime a resident or a city calls in with a street light out, we typically get to, or we get to 95% of those within 5 days and get those repaired. The ones that go out beyond 5 days are typically lights that require something more detailed, an underground repair or something like that. So we do rely upon you as our eyes and ears in the community, or as residents, to let us know anytime there's a street light out, and we're glad to get out and fix that.
So you're mentioning that you've done about 50. What's the success rate as far as, I know it's a little bit early yet, but are these more reliable than the older ones, or is it enough time to really get enough data?
Oh, yeah. Well, so high-pressure sodium lights, on the average, we tend to see those fail somewhere in the 2 to 3 year range. We do have LED lights that have been in the field for more than 2 years by a long shot, and we've had very good success with them. Oftentimes, with high-pressure sodium lights, the old-style lights, there were a lot of immediate failures after installation, and when I say immediate, within the first month, the first several months, a defect creeps in and happens. We've had virtually none of that with the LEDs. The manufacturing is so much better. Much like a modern computer, if you will, the manufacturing processes are very exact and very well put together. So we're finding that the GE product is really reliable, and the things that they say it'll do, they're actually doing. So we're very, very pleased with the product.
Just one follow-up, if I may, just Mr. King. Does weather play a factor? I mean, a little cooler climate or a little warmer climate, or they pretty much function regardless of climate?
They're actually functioning really. We have these installed in desert climates out in the Coachella Valley and in the high desert. We just completed earlier this year an installation around Joshua Tree in the San Bernardino County area, and we're having great success there. We also have a number of these in coastal communities, so a more salt air environment, if you will. So far, so good. I guess the underlying message there, though, is if one fails, we're responsible for it. So if we hear about one failing, we're going to come out and repair that. There's never any cost or any additional charges to you as a community. That's part of our tariff to come out and take care of that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Craven, did you have a question? Sorry, well, thank you to Mr. Bichardo. Thank you to Mr. King. So let's bring it back to council for discussion. Any further discussion or a motion?
Move the approval.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven,
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay,
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo,
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Pichardo, Mr. King, for joining us this evening. That brings us next to item 12A, City Manager, COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I wanted to give you just a brief update how we are functioning here in City Hall and in our other facilities. As you know, City Hall has reopened from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We still encourage virtual services through our website and email and phone calls as much as possible. We are pleased to be able to open our doors on an in-person basis. Safety, however, is paramount for us, for both our customers and city staff. We've installed a number of safety measures and carry those out on a day-to-day basis. We're optimistic. We have not seen an overwhelming amount of visitors, and so we're able to kind of manage that process and keep people safe, keep people social distancing as they can conduct business on a day-to-day basis. However, in light of the governor's latest reclosures of certain business sectors and the fact that Ventura County, we are on the watch list, it is very fluid. It is day-to-day. As an example, regarding opening of our council chambers and future council meetings, we identified our meeting in late August as the first meeting we would be back in the chambers. We're keeping a close eye on that. Again, it is tentative. It's going to be based kind of on a day-to-day kind of analysis of the safety of doing that. But we are optimistic to get back in the chambers if we're able to safely do that. And so other than that, I'm not going to get too deep into the numbers on a week-to-week basis. I would like to turn it over to George Winkler at this point before opening up to the council if any questions you may have. George?
Thank you, Greg. Okay, members of the council, Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor. First and foremost, I wanted to give you an update on some council recovery goals, which we have achieved. So first and foremost, the drive-in theater at Sci Arts, their opening weekend was last weekend. They had 2 showings per day on the weekend, 45 minutes per showing. They maxed out at 25 vehicles, so they had to actually turn away 12 vehicles. Their priority was safety and managing the flow of traffic there. And they have one more weekend of this, so stop on by. Next, we have our Old Town parking signage. That was an interest of the council. We've installed 6 new signs, one on Oak Street, one on First Street, 2 on the median at the entrance to the parking lot, and 2 on each side of Ventura at Elm Street. Finally, an update on businesses expanding into streets. We'll be bringing an item later tonight which further accomplishes that, but I wanted to bring up that we've approved 29 businesses, restaurant businesses for outdoor zoning clearance applications. Those typically get approved within the day or the next day, so that's a great progress there. On to other economic development recovery activities. We have our COVID compliance team. We've gone out to over 800 businesses now, which is about 57% of those who have self-attested through the VC Reopens website. And I just wanted to bring up another thing. There's been a lot of conversation about businesses and renters and landlords and how do they operate in this current environment. So the EDC is actually doing a webinar tomorrow for anybody that's interested in watching, that's watching tonight. It's at noon. We're going to have attorney David M. Almares. He's going to talk about commercial lease obligations, resources for landlords, and navigating lease agreements. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions from the council?
Any questions for Mr. Winkler or for Mr. Ramirez? Madam Vice Mayor.
Thanks, George. Is there any possibility, or has it been talked about doing drive-in movies once the time changes in that area? where Studio Channel Islands is?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. I was talking with Mr. Tyas today from Studio Channel Islands, and his next adventure is going to be a 40-foot screen, which he'll be bringing to the city to verify. So we look forward to looking at that application and seeing how we can make that happen.
Great, thanks.
Mr. Moshe.
And I have a few questions in regards to this, but because it's so top of mind and you're seeing lots of far more articles in newspaper as of late about this, and I'm getting a few questions myself, clarifying questions in regards to eviction moratoriums. And with we'll see what Congress does, but in terms of the $600 a lot of people are living off of right now, with those who are unemployed, the $600 a week that's coming from as part of the original CARES Act, seeing that it's going to end, there's a lot of people wondering, who are still unemployed, how am I going to pay my rent, and what security or protections do I have? And so I wanted to ask either Mr. Ramirez or I see Brian just jumped on the line, Mr. Spear, if you can kind of give a quick rundown as to what the eviction moratorium what that entails, and the protections that it provides, either residents, renters.
I can do that. The executive director of the EOC on April 23 of 20 of this year issued what is called the amended EOC director order, and it's amended, and it's on the city's website. So I would encourage landlords and tenants to read it, but I can certainly give a summary of it. Let me first say that this moratorium, in terms of who it applies to residential tenants as well as commercial tenants, and it will be in effect until the City Council takes action to rescind it, or until there's another order from the EOC director, who is the city manager. Now, what must tenants do to comply with the provisions of that order? Again, I would encourage them to read it, but specifically Section 4 of the order says that the tenant should give notice to the landlord of the tenant's inability to pay the rent due to COVID-19 and to provide written documentation to support their statement about their inability to pay. With regards to whether a landlord can initiate eviction actions under the order, they cannot do so if the tenant qualifies for being unable to pay the rent due to COVID-19. I will ask Commander Tennyson to comment in a moment with respect to how the sheriff is handling evictions at this point in time. However, before we get there, I just want to give him a heads up. Now, a couple other points I want to mention. We did include in the ordinance a provision for tenants to pay back whatever rent is due for a period of 120 days after the termination of the order for any unpaid rent. So to be clear, this order does not excuse the obligation of tenants to pay rent in the long term. What it does is, if they're unable to currently pay rent due to COVID-19, then they cannot be evicted, but they still eventually are obligated to pay the rent. And as I said, there's a 120-day grace period, if you will, after the order is ended, to allow them to accumulate the funds to pay whatever rent they were unable to pay during the COVID-19 period. So that's kind of the summary of it. I can certainly answer council questions on it, but you may want to first hear from Commander Tennyson with regards to how the sheriff is handling evictions, and then after we hear from Commander Tennyson, I would ask you if Joe Baca, or I don't know if David Moe is in the audience, with respect to any potential rental assistance that might be available. So perhaps we should start with the Commander.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be quick. The Sheriff's Civil Unit is who is responsible in Ventura County for handling eviction noticing, and based on the moratorium from the governor,
we are not doing and have not been since March doing any eviction notices or anything of that matter. And we will not be doing that until the moratorium ends. And I'm glad that the commander mentioned the governor's order as well, because that is what the city's order pivoted off of. And there was an extension issued recently of the governor's order through September 30th of this year. So that's the status on orders from the governor and from the city. And then I don't know if Mr. Baca is available. I do see his
Yes.
on up now. We call all nine.
I'm available.
Okay. Did you want Mr. Baca to comment on the rental assistance question?
Yes, please.
So I would like to share that on July 8th, staff brought forward an item for City Council consideration for use of potential advertisement to bring on service providers associated with the CDBG funding in relation to the COVID-19 funds from the federal government. And the programs that we presented and recommended the City Council were to provide for food supplemental service and rent and utility supplemental assistance. So we did obtain concurrence from the City Council to proceed with those goals in mind, and we've advertised those services to service providers. We have received interest from Lutheran Social Services, who intends on filing an application to become a service provider for rent and utility assistance and utilizing those CDBG funds associated with the COVID-19 CARES Act.
Thank you, Mr. Vaca. Let's see. Any additional questions of staff from council members? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, this is for George. Whenever he's ready, would you like me to ask a question right now?
Sure. Yes, please.
Yeah, George, do you have an update on how many Camaro businesses applied for the grants?
Our last update from the Ventura County Community Foundation was the 411 Camarillo businesses. Recently, we've heard that they had nearly 5,500 businesses in Ventura County apply for the grant program. They have not updated us with the number for Camarillo specifically, but they are backed up. Apparently, only 30% of the applications were, accurate. So they're actually having to call upon the businesses to verify the information. So that's slowing down the process, unfortunately.
So is it fair to say it may take a little bit longer than what originally was thought?
We're still operating within the current timeline, so I'll wait for Vanessa's reply before I could answer that accurately.
That's all I have here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kildee. Mr. Mulchay.
Because the application program for our grant mirrored that of the counties, if the county had an influx of applications that had inaccurate information and or cause them to further research, I'm going to assume that some of those are included, or come from Camarillo businesses that also applied for our respective grant program. To that end, they're going to double check on their end, and we'll also get that updated. Whatever they've been able to verify or sort out, we'll be recipients of that information as well, I presume, and then we'll also do our due diligence.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions on any of these COVID-19 related items? One point I would like to bring up. At a prior meeting, council will recall that we discussed the possibility of street closures on an intermittent basis in Old Town, either with respect to side streets or with respect to Ventura Boulevard. And I believe Mr. Winkler and staff had done a survey of many of the businesses, and I think met with a majority of those businesses not wanting to see closures on a regular basis, but there was some interest, if I recall correctly, George, there was some interest in perhaps on Friday and Saturday nights for limited closures. And I would just like to ask that item come back to council at an appropriate time so we can discuss that a little further. as to whether or not that's something that we want to get into. And I think there are probably advantages and disadvantages on it, but I would like to discuss that again.
Sounds good.
Let's see. Anybody else? Okay. It's now, thank you very much, George and Commander Tennyson and Mr. Pierrick.
If you want to make, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you want to make any comments about COVID in general, you want us to do that now, or?
It would be a good time to do that now, Susan. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to, I really want to ask everybody in our community to please really help us get a hold of this. California set a record high today of positive cases, 12,807. Our numbers in Ventura County were a little bit lower, only 94 new cases, but our hospital still has 90 patients, and there are 22 ICU patients, and there was another death today. If we want to be able to continue to keep opening and get our lives back to normal and help our educators and our families that have school-age kids, we really need to work together. And we need to wear our masks, stay home as much as possible, wash your hands, and follow all of these recommendations. I'm just really, I'm really hoping that our community understands that we can impact this. And so I'm asking all of us to really think about our neighbors and think about ourselves, and let's do this together so that we can get the economy back on track and get people out of the hospital and get our lives back to as much normalcy as we can. So, thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Susan, and I certainly agree with you. And we'll all remember back to the days of late March and April and May when we were, I know that we consistently did a number of videos and a lot of communication out to our residents asking them to please comply with these social distancing requirements. So I agree fully with what you have to say, and we are in this together as a community. So we need to do everything that we can to mitigate the spread of this virus. So thank you for that reminder. Are there any other comments? All right. It's 6:23. We have one item left on the 5 o'clock calendar, which is under new business, but I think it's a little bit too late to start that. So what I would prefer that we do, without objection, is to go ahead and go to recess to closed session at this time. And if we could do so, Mr. Furyk, could you please provide us with the closed session disclosures?
Yes. Tonight we only have one closed session item. It's a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. It's initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of potential cases is 1.
Thank you, Mr. Pierrick. And I'll just note before we recess here that we will go into closed session now. For the public, we will be coming back into open session at 7 p.m. sharp for our special meeting agenda, thereafter followed by our 7:30 p.m. calendar, and then we'll do our new business item after the completion of the 7:30 p.m. calendar. Everybody okay with that?
And the only thing I would add, Mayor, is that you should all have the separate closed session dial-in information for the Zoom.
Yes, I think everybody's been provided that. Okay, very well. We stand in recess and we'll be going into closed session. Thank you. o'clock. We are back from closed session. There is no action to report relative to that matter. The record should now reflect that I'm calling the meeting, a special meeting of the Camarillo City Council for Wednesday, July 22 to order. The record should reflect that all council members are present. We have two items on the special meeting agenda, and I will turn it over at this point to Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. First, I wanted to...
Mr. Ramirez, can I ask a question before we start, please?
Yes.
I just want to make sure, maybe with legal counsel, that my business is not affected by this. I just want to make sure that I can partake in the discussion.
The answer would be if there's no impact to your business, then yes, you can participate.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to start off by just thanking you, the mayor, and the council, your flexibility in adding this item to the agenda. We received information early yesterday, Tuesday, on this matter, and that the state and governor had modified some guidelines and allowed certain businesses to function outside. And I also want to apologize for getting you the staff report so late. You got it today after lunchtime, but largely because we were just focused on getting the details correct on this matter, and I'm fully understanding the guidelines. But I just wanted to state that before I turn it over to Mr. Baca.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez. I would also like to express staff's gratitude in the council's accommodation of having this special meeting inserted into your regular meeting agenda this evening. And of course, we're doing our best to be nimble and flexible and to react as quickly as possible to try to assist and facilitate business recovery during the pandemic and what we're experiencing here with COVID-19. So I want to sincerely thank the City Council for the accommodations and their consideration tonight of this special agenda. So with that, I would like the next slide, please. So I will highlight that traditionally, our municipal code restricts most business operations from being conducted outdoors. Of course, we have special circumstances that we're facing right now with the pandemic, and in order to facilitate business recovery, we would like to help businesses reopen and comply with physical distancing guidelines. Staff is prepared to move forward with allowing businesses to relocate some of their operations outdoors, and we would want to ensure that they comply with state, county public health orders, and that they conduct business activities outdoors only during this public health emergency. And we would employ a no-fee zone clearance similar to what was considered and adopted by the City Council on May 22nd to accommodate temporary outdoor dining permits. So we would require a zone clearance application that would be reviewed by internal departments, including Community Development and Public Works, and then if applicable, of course, outside agencies. The zone clearance for temporary outdoor areas would also provide me the authority to adjust parking standards, and this would only be effective for the duration of our public health emergency declaration. We want to highlight that as recently here as July 20th, the California Department of Public Health provided guidelines on how outdoor personal care services, such as nail salons, barbershops, and beauty salons, would be allowed to operate, and that those personal care services must also comply with the Department of Consumer Affairs guidance. We would ensure that all of this is complied with, and we want to highlight that this guidance does restrict shampooing, chemical hair services, and electrolysis outdoors. Next slide. So we anticipate moving directly into implementation as soon as the City Council takes action on this, if there's support for what we're proposing. Again, we would waive the fees for a zone clearance, but the zone clearance must be obtained and submitted to the Department of Community Development, and we would ensure compliance with state, county, and local health orders. We would also ensure additional parameters are met and standards are met, such as property owner or landlord authorization. We would require site plans that would also show any existing buildings or any existing outdoor space within 50 feet of the proposed temporary outdoor area, and this would be done to ensure compatibility. We would also require a description of the temporary outdoor area, including how the business will comply with physical distancing guidelines. We would require that they submit information on required fencing and safety barricades and materials. We would ensure safe paths of travel, ingress and egress, and security. Under what's proposed, I would also have the authority as Community Development Director to have flexibility in modifying parking requirements on a case-by-case basis. And we understand that the capacity of patrons utilizing these businesses will be reduced in order to achieve physical distancing guideline criteria. And based on that, we also anticipate that there should be a corresponding reduction in the parking demand with less customers being served. We also will continue to require that there's indemnity, that the City of Camarillo would be indemnified from liability arising from the use of temporary outdoor areas, along with the signing of the no-fee zone clearance indemnification language. So we've patterned this in a very similar fashion to our temporary outdoor dining permitting procedures. Those have been very well received, and we have 29 effective restaurants serving customers outdoors in safe settings. And of course, the goal here is to accommodate our existing businesses, to maintain their operations, allow for business recovery, and doing so while preserving the general safety, health, and welfare of all of the community's residents, citizens, and guests that frequent Camarillo and our businesses. So with that, we would recommend that tonight the City Council adopt a resolution waiving the zoning clearance fee and allowing temporary outdoor businesses, including adjusted parking standards for businesses that have been ordered to close their indoor operations as a result of the state and county public health orders during this local state of emergency due to COVID-19. That concludes my presentation.
All right, are there questions for Mr. Baca? Who would like to start? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Mr. Baca, would this entail just outdoor restaurants, or would it morph into any other business that perhaps following the state and the county guidelines can perhaps have their business operate outside as well?
It's intended to accommodate more than just outdoor dining. We would like to allow for the movement of your traditional indoor businesses such as fitness centers, personal trainers, barber shops, hair salons, nail services, to move their businesses outdoors as long as they complied with our standards and did so in a safe manner through this permitting process.
If I may follow up, as I kind of drive around the city and am a business owner in a shopping center, a lot of the businesses and shopping centers now are food related. And I do have a concern with necessary parking for other businesses as well. Is there some thought about how much parking that they're willing to give up? And I'm specifically talking about shopping centers here, just to make sure that other businesses at least would have enough parking for their businesses as well. I don't quite know what that number is, and I'm all for helping, restaurants and gyms and workout facilities as much as we can. I just want to make sure that there is some sort of a number that staff has kind of thought about.
We will analyze this, of course, on a case-by-case basis, and we'll have to collaborate with the property owner and landlord and the business owner. And of course, we're going to analyze what other outdoor businesses we've already allowed in that shopping center. So we're going to have to take a harder look at these new requests. I know that with the temporary outdoor dining permits, we've strived and had a goal of issuing those within a day. So in these new applications, they may require a little more analysis, and we've definitely already included our traffic division and public works staff on the anticipated updated procedures for allowing these additional businesses to migrate outdoors. So we will be analyzing all that in a little bit more detail, and we want to ensure, of course, that there's satisfactory parking for all of our businesses in the community that are still operating.
And if I may conclude, Mr. Mayor, would a traffic flow analysis be part of this discussion as well? Again, I'm all for whatever we can do. I just want to make sure that we don't impede, traffic flow, especially on high volume days. If there's anything that we can at least have a discussion and some data on that, I think would be helpful.
Yes, Councilmember Kildee, we do have our traffic engineer analyzing each and every application that we've approved so far, and we'll continue to do that with the updated procedures if this gets adopted this evening.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Who would like to go next? Mr. Mulchay?
Mr. Buck, are you, is community development finding that for the shopping centers, the owners or management are coming and trying to give you guys one plan for multiple tenants?
No.
Or are a lot of tenants just coming to you guys individually, even in shopping centers?
Typically, it's the individual business that has the shopping center landlord approval, and they bring forward their application. Keep in mind, of course, that some of these businesses are restaurants that are next door to one another, and of course, they're competing for business. So it's tough to try to create a food court, for instance, where all of those patrons can serve their customers individually if they were to have other patrons of another restaurant at an adjacent table. So we haven't seen that type of synergy yet. I think it may be more appropriate where there's a takeout area where people are still going in and obtaining takeout food or food delivery, and then there's a general food court. So we have had that in the Time Well Spent Central Plaza over where Brendan's used to be, in the food court out there.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Vaca? I know I have one. Joe, first of all, I'm in full support of doing this, and I'm glad to hear you articulate that the scope of this includes, it includes not just the nail salons and barber shops and personal care services. It also includes fitness centers and gyms, et cetera, correct?
That's correct. And we've already written into the resolution an opportunity that if things change and other businesses are allowed to migrate out, that we can apply these similar standards so we wouldn't be pigeonholed to one or two types of businesses.
Okay, and I noticed, having a very brief opportunity to read the staff report, I'm in full support of this move. There's a series of conditions, and I just want to focus on one. It indicated that outdoor areas have to provide shade in accordance with Cal OSHA requirements, and shade structures must be open on 3 sides to allow for proper airflow. So we're at that time of year right now, but relatively soon we're going to be in the Santa Ana season. And I hate to say this, presume this from a durational standpoint, but I think the pandemic will be here for a while. We're then going to get into more fall and perhaps winter weather, inclement weather. Has community development thought through, just on a long-term basis, how you would mitigate for this?
Yes. We would have to require additional anchoring to make sure that the structures would not be affected by strong winds.
So you're going to be nimble and deal with that as it comes, right?
Absolutely.
Is what it seems like.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Are there other questions from council members? Hearing none. Oh, then let's go ahead and go to comments. Madam Vice Mayor, you go first.
Yeah, so both the city manager and you, Joe, thanked us, but I want to thank you and the staff and the city manager for doing this so quickly. It was on my mind as well, and I'm really happy that you put in the work so that we could get this going. I think it's really important, and I lost my train of thought and forgot the second thing I was going to say, so I'll just stop there. But I just wanted to show my appreciation for you getting this work done.
Thank you. Before I call on any other council members on this, Jeffrey, I just want to make sure with you. Are there any public comments on this item?
No comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? Mrs. Craven?
I just want to share that we did receive approximately 24 emails in support of some type of procedure to accommodate the movement of businesses outdoors for continued operation. So we did receive public input, but it was all via email.
Right, and thank you, Mr. Vaca, for reminding me of that. For the record, we'll indicate that those emails have been incorporated into the record of tonight's proceedings. So thank you for reminding me of that. I think Mrs. Craven was next.
I too wanted to thank staff for acting so quickly on this, not just this, but previously with the restaurant resolution. I think we were the first city to really scramble and over Memorial Day weekend have outdoor eating where everybody else was following us a week or even longer. And I think we're moving at lightning speed here on this because the resolution, the governor's order was only changed this week, and here we are now. And so I really thank you, and I can support this.
Who would like to go next? Mr. Mulchay.
I too can support this. The vice mayor earlier mentioned trying to regain some sense of normalcy, and I think this helps nudge us in that direction for business owners. This is their livelihood, and for many of their patrons, this helps maintain some of their sanity in these times. And so, to where we can establish or regain some of that normalcy, but do so in a really safe way that is also compliant with the health order, and all the better.
Any other? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I support this as well. I think, as we all know, extremely unusual times here, but we have to deal with it the best we can. I'm pleased that we're going to talk about traffic flows and some parking as well, and we can do this right, because I think this is really important to get this right. I know other cities have done this, and it appears that they've been very successful, so I'm very happy that staff was able to put together a plan in such a quick time. And, every day is important. Time is of the essence here, so let's get going on this.
Thank you, and I already said it, but I'll just repeat it again very quickly. I'm in full support of this, and kudos to staff for moving so quickly on this. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move the suggested action.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the suggested action. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That'll bring us to the second and last item on the special meeting agenda, temporary outdoor business safety reimbursement program.
Thank you, Mayor Tremblay. And I just want to thank the council as well for your adaptability in this item. As you saw it before, it laid as an item to support our outdoor dining specifically, but as the times changed, we wanted to bring something to council that really reflected the changes that were happening so that we could apply this to all businesses. So without further ado, we're going to bring to you tonight consideration of providing our businesses reimbursement for temporary barricades used to facilitate safe temporary outdoor business operations during the COVID-19 public health emergency. So in order to facilitate business recovery and help our businesses reopen and comply with physical distancing guidelines, Council has just allowed our businesses to operate outdoors through the no-fee zone clearance. Part of this is traffic safety, and that is a very important component of allowing outdoor business operations. Staff is proposing a temporary outdoor business safety reimbursement program to protect pedestrians in these temporary outdoor business areas from vehicles. Additionally, this program will alleviate the financial burden of creating safe outdoor business areas for our business owners who are already heavily impacted by the COVID-19 public health emergency. As you heard, 29 businesses have been approved for temporary outdoor dining areas, and staff has an additional list of businesses who are interested in moving outdoors, with many of those businesses asking about available financial assistance in creating a safe outdoor business area. So water-filled barricades are commonly implemented for protecting pedestrians from vehicles. The average purchase price per water-filled barricade is about $300. Staff recommends reimbursing an amount not to exceed $2,500 per business for the acquisition of water-filled barricades for a total of $250,000. Should council approve this, this would allow for at least 100 businesses to purchase up to 7 water-filled barricades, including the delivery and taxes. Due to possible shortages of water-filled barricades, Public Works may authorize other types of barricades that provide equivalent protections to pedestrians. In order for a business to qualify for the reimbursement of water-filled barricades, the business must meet the following criteria. The outdoor business area must be approved by the Community Development Department and the Public Works Department through the issuance of a zone clearance for the temporary outdoor business activity. The temporary outdoor business area must operate in compliance with the terms listed in any adopted applicable city resolution. And a request for reimbursement must be received by the Finance Department no later than 30 calendar days after the City Council has declared the end of the public health emergency. If that health emergency has not been declared over by May 1st, 2021, a request for reimbursement must be submitted by May 31st, 2021. So only items contributing to the safety of outdoor business operations for pedestrians from vehicles will be reimbursed. And that's the big difference between this and our other grant program. Ineligible items include, but are not limited to, the following: tents, canopies, umbrellas, or other shade items, sandbags used to anchor tents, business staff expenses, additional furniture or flooring, branded signage or other items marketing the company, personal protective equipment, and other miscellaneous business expenses. The businesses must take the following steps to receive their reimbursement. They have to apply for an outdoor zone clearance for temporary outdoor business activity and receive approval from the Community Development Department. They must purchase or rent a water-filled barricade or equivalent barricade as determined by the Public Works Department, and they must properly install and fill the barricades to protect against vehicles per approved plan by City Traffic Division as part of that approved zone clearance. They must then submit their COVID-19 business assistance disbursement request form, which we have ready, and a proof of purchase in the form of receipt, invoice, or other documentation supporting the amount requested, and the disbursement request form to the Finance Department. And they then must receive an inspection of the installation and approval from city staff. The business will then receive a reimbursement check by mail at the earliest convenience of our Finance Department. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your consideration of this program to support the safety of our pedestrians in outdoor business areas, and I'll turn it back to council for any questions.
Let's have questions first, and then we may have, I'll ask City Clerk whether or not we have any public comments on this item. Mr. Mulchay, I think you raised your hand first.
Yes, thank you. George, the number of barriers that needed and or the length of a barrier, that'll be determined through the permitting process that community development will manage?
Yes, as the permits are delivered or the applications are delivered to the Community Development Department, we route that to our Public Works Department, and our traffic engineer reviews the application. We look at the site and determine, what would be appropriate for that. So they've been typically approving those over the day, but as this progresses, we're going to need to look at more variables, so it may take a little bit longer.
I want to throw some hypotheticals out, because this is how I tend to work through certain issues. If I'm if I'm moving my business outdoors and I get a permit, everything goes through, analysis is done, and I need something that's the equivalent of like 3 traffic barricades, each of which are maybe, let's say, 5 feet in length. But if I buy 7, am I only eligible for reimbursement of the 3 that I technically need for what I applied for, or can I be reimbursed for the full 7?
Yeah, what we'll be doing is looking at the plan thoroughly upon the reimbursement request, and we'll be verifying the plan that they submitted and what we've approved to what we've then, what they've submitted for reimbursement, so that it matches.
Are we going to give applicants, do we have authorized vendors, and or do we have a limit as to the cost of any one individual barricade? I know we estimate that they'll cost about $300 each, but do we have limitations in those 2 respects?
We do not have limitations per se. Right now, there's a shortage of water-filled barricades locally, so we took to the internet and looked at what are the average costs if you ordered them online, and that was about $300. We have heard that locally they've gone for up to $400 per barricade because of the limit locally. So we would encourage businesses to be responsible in those purchases.
we don't, we're not limiting them to any kind of vendors, pre-approved vendors and/or pre-approved barricades.
No, we're not.
I want to throw out a hypothetical. Let's say I have a cousin, his name is Vinny, and he went onto uline.com, and he's buying water-filled barricades for $185 a piece, which I can get right now. If my cousin Vinny wants to buy those barricades for $185 and then resell them for $500, but give me a $200 kickback as a business owner, how do we prevent that?
That's a great question. We would probably not be able to do that deep of an analysis, is my guess. We would just have to go off face value, and if any gave us a receipt for $200 and the city has this program, we would support that purchase. But we would be making sure that it was used for that particular location in that plan. So that's one ability that we have to kind of monitor for that fraudulent activity, is to look at the current plan that was submitted and make sure that they've used it for that location.
I mean, will staff flag if someone's sending a reimbursement for a barricade and you're saying it costs $600 per barricade? Or is staff going to scrutinize that at all?
I would say yes. These are all verified by the department, or our finance department, but also, we'll be taking a look at every application.
My only thought on that part was if staff had a list of recommended vendors by which these people can order through, whether they're locally sourced or there's a slew of online vendors too, as staff had went online and looked and found themselves. I don't know if there's a way to say, well, here's a smorgasbord of different vendors you can purchase these barriers through, all of which we verified they have some sort of stock of. Could we mitigate any potential fraud that way?
We could definitely put a list on our website of the vendors that we recommend and some local vendors. However, the fraudulent activity component, the only way we can really verify that is through the plan itself and verifying that they've put the proper number of barricades as listed and approved in the plan.
Okay. And then how did we come to $2,500? I mean, just generally, what was the thought behind versus like 3,000 or versus 2,000 or 1,500?
Fair question. So we were looking at the average amount of barricades per restaurant that exists in the community right now, and it does range from 4 barricades. Actually, I've seen 1 barricade up to about maybe 14 or 15 barricades. So we were trying to be equitable. If we were going to barricade up the entire surrounding of Lure, that could take maybe 40 barricades or 50 barricades. So we wanted to be equitable and try to pick something that made sense for most businesses. And 7 seemed to be a pretty accurate amount, and $2,500 would accommodate for the purchase of those barricades and then for the delivery and tax of them.
All right, thank you.
Who would like to go next? Ms. Santangelo?
George, thank you too for your work on this. Are any of the restaurants that have already set these up eligible for reimbursement?
Yes, yeah, all the restaurants that have barricades are eligible for reimbursement.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Let's see, Mrs. Craven, followed by Mr. Kildee.
I don't have a question, but I have something I want to say at some point.
How about we come back to you, Mrs. Craven? I'll remember that. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other, Mr. Kildee, do you have a question?
I did. Yeah, George, I'm assuming the restaurant owners or anybody else that's interested in purchasing one of those, I mean, I'm hopeful that COVID will end someday. I think we all are. They are aware that if they do purchase these, that they're either going to have to sell them after this is over or store them somewhere, not necessarily give them back to the city, but I don't know if there's a market for it. Maybe that's what we want them to do. But nevertheless, has there been some thought about how they're going to deal with this once they're not needed?
Well, the reason we're landing on purchasing is because if you're renting a barricade, it costs about $8 per day. So by the end of the month, it typically matches what it would cost to purchase this. And the governor's most recent order, during his presentation, he indicated that the COVID health emergency is not going to end anytime soon. So we're anticipating that these barricades may be used for longer duration, and we want to make sure that our pedestrians are safe from vehicle traffic first and foremost. And then as far as disposing of those, that's up to the business owner how they would accommodate that.
And they are aware of that, George, that, you know, when you buy your own, and it's up to you to, you know, dispose of them in a fit manner.
Yeah, I would assume so. I can't speak for every business owner, of course, but we could definitely put a disclaimer on our website that, you know, they're responsible for disposing of them themselves.
And is there a thought of maybe listing a list of potential places where they can purchase this? I mean, I'm assuming a business owner is going to want to try to get the best deal he or she can, but nevertheless, we want to make sure that we're also looking at the invoices here and making sure that, you know, we're paying for what was rendered.
Yeah, we're going to put together a list of vendors that we recommend.
That's all the question I have, Mr. Mayor.
I had a couple questions for you, George. Actually, three, and one pertains to the question that was just asked. Is there any reason to believe that the city, at the end of the duration of the pandemic, when these barricades are being taken down, is there any reason, or is there any utility in those for the city to have them?
Maybe, or we'll have to take a look at it.
We'll have to take a look at that later on to determine if we can use them for maybe some future events.
Well, I just want to know if there had been that discussion leading into this. I mean, it's a reimbursement program. I suspect, you know, if you put the burden on the business owner to dispose of them, that's fine. But if there was any expectation, if the city were to have some need of those, and if there was any expectation that they could be sent back to the city, that's why I'm curious whether or not there was any kind of a conversation in that direction.
We currently don't have a need for those at this time, and there has been no.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is it really wouldn't be worthwhile then for the city to have them at the end of the duration of the pandemic.
That's correct.
Okay. Second question is this: what's the application process going to be like? I mean, is there going to be a rush to City Hall and a rush to apply to be in the first 100 to apply?
Well, we have about 30 businesses that are currently eligible because they've installed their outdoor dining, and we anticipate more health-oriented and personal services that may be interested in this. So we are looking at a bit of a rush, and our staff is ready to accommodate that.
So is it a first-come, first-serve scenario?
Yes.
All right, and are the businesses that are already operating outdoors, are they going to have any kind of priority versus those who may not be operating outdoors at this point? Or is everybody on an equal plane here? Everybody on equal footing?
I would say the fact that they've already installed their barricades puts them at an advantage to get reimbursed faster because they are able to submit their application, and we're then able to go inspect that and verify for reimbursement. So the ones that I've already installed will be a slight advantage because they will have the barricades on hand and will be able to be approved and reimbursed as fast as possible.
Now, originally when this was conceived of, and I know in our agenda packet it was for restaurants to use, but the application or the scope of this is going to be broader than just restaurants, correct?
That is correct.
That said, is there any weighting or priority as to the type of business that this program would be available to? In other words, do restaurants have a higher priority than some other type of business? I'm just curious as to what the discussion was at staff level.
No, there's no priority. No ranking like in the prior grant program.
Okay, so there's no weighting going on like we did in the grant in our prior grant program that we approved. Okay, all right. That concludes my questions. Let's see. At this point, before we bring it back to council, let me just inquire of the city clerk. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one public comment.
Okay, may we have that public comment now, please? Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Matt, it's Jeffrey.
All right. Can I go now, Jeffrey?
Yes, go ahead.
One of the things that wasn't addressed, I don't think you guys are aware, but according to state law, the fire marshal, the cities are required to have test ratings. Whoever has those tents up, they need to provide test ratings on those tents. Also, the size of tents in certain counties, you'd have to check with the fire marshal. Also, smoking signs, exits for those tents. Those tents have to be marked fire rating, and there must be test results given the city. If not, the city can be 100% reliable in case of death, just so you know that. Number two, the city gave $2 million away to businesses. COVID-19 affected a lot of people. The city's done no study on the needs of seniors, daycare, families. $1 million in grants, $1 million in loans. We had 400 applications, and only 30% of them were filled out supposedly correctly, or they were just turned in. That is alarming at that point, basically. I think the city also could have offered citizens, if you buy 2 dinners, the city will comp 2 dinners. This plan doesn't address actually saving these businesses. In fact, these businesses are receiving $5,000. There was no comp sales, average ticket, turns, gross margin, 6 months to know if they're viable. Is the city just throwing away money? I think it's important. You're going to give more money again away. And also, you offer rental assistance. Are you offering up to $2 million rental assistance like you are to businesses? I support helping businesses, but we need to help everybody. And also, I don't know why we can't have a clear policy that no city councilman, Tony Tremblay or Kevin Kildee, cannot receive any money at election time for one of the people that receive this money. A clear policy. Them just saying it doesn't mean anything. So I hope you'll think about that. These are all important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey, there are no other public speakers on this one, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's bring it back to council for discussion. Mrs. Craven, I think you were first up.
I just had 2 comments. I think that if we're going to have an approved list of vendors for these barricades, we can check out the local ones, but frankly, I think our staff is too busy with all these other things that have just come in to start checking out all the vendors online and decide if some are reputable or some aren't. I think that it's going to have to be a buyer beware thing. I'm speaking up on this because one time I didn't, and one council member said yay, and nobody else said anything, and staff spent a whole lot of time on something that I think the time would have been better spent on. So I'm just saying, I think before a long list of approved or not approved online vendors is made, people need to look at what the staff timing is, what the staff load is, and how much time there is to do that, and how reliable that would be. The other comment I have is on to the mayor. I just can thinking 2,500 or whatever there would be of these barricades out there in the city, whether we reimburse or not, to give anybody an expectation that we would take them back or store them. Think of how much storage space that would take. I just don't think we have anywhere near the storage space to put all those things. And I think there eventually, in the end, there might be a resale market. But I think once the rains come, if we have a rainy season this year, and this might be the year we are hoping not to have a rainy season, but then again, it could be a real rainy year. People aren't going to be eating outdoors so much, even if the COVID-19 emergency is still in place. So I think we just need to put it all in perspective.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Susan?
So again, thank you, George. This is important, and I, just to respond to the comments, when we allow our local businesses to operate, that doesn't create jobs, but it allows people to go to work. And those are people, many of them who live locally, and I think that's really important. My suggestion about the vendors would be to have a suggested list of vendors. I get worried about the fact that there may be a shortage, and I don't, want people to be only allowed to buy from certain vendors that may have a shortage and run out, and they might not be able to get the barricades in time. So I would think maybe a suggested list would be helpful. But I support this, and I think it's really, again, just mimicking what I said before. It's just really important that we're supporting our businesses in this way and helping them get back to serving the community and also for our community members.
Who would like to go next? I saw Mr. Kildee first, and followed by Mr. Mulchay.
Yeah, I think a list of vendors would be helpful. I don't want staff to have to take a lot of time. I think it's also important that obviously we see the invoices and see exactly what they did pay for these. The reason why I brought up what are you going to do, hopefully after this pandemic is past us, that they do understand that it's up to them to take care of those, that the city will not come in and store them someplace. I mean, it is a purchase here. I think it's important to realize, even with all we're doing here, that to make it in the restaurant business, volume is critical. And with the social distancing, many of them are down probably 50% in how many people that they could put in their restaurant. And this is definitely going to help, but it's not an end-all here. It's a real challenge to operate any business now, but restaurants in particular, I think, have a real challenge with that. Keep in mind that typically they have, they have a high amount of expenditures here, and it's really important for them to do the volume there to make a go of it. So I think this is a real step in the right direction to help alleviate at least some of their concerns. There's a whole lot more out there too, but I think this is a step in the right direction. And I'd support helping out with the safeguards that we've spoken about the last few minutes here.
All right, Mr. Mulchay?
Sure. The most important thing to remember here is also that these are taxpayer dollars. So they're going to go towards a worthy cause. I support the cause. Don't call that into question. There's certainly a need, and I support the need. But we also have an obligation to mitigate any potential fraud or the waste of taxpayer dollars, and that's what I'm asking. And I understand the pushback. I'm fine with a recommended list of vendors. I could put one together in 30 minutes or an hour, honestly. I don't think it's going to take all that much time. But I do ask staff that, as we pursue this, ask staff to take every necessary precaution to ensure the applications are accurate and that they are, in fact, being funded, funds are being utilized in an appropriate way. And we just, it's the basic obligation that we have to in our role. So I'm supportive of this. I just like to call out where there's opportunities where someone can game the system and where we're potentially creating an opportunity for someone to game the system, that we recognize that and we try to do what we can to mitigate that. So, but aside from that, no, I think this is fine. I'll support it. If nothing else, then a list of recommended vendors would definitely help the businesses who are looking to buy where they can buy. So that way, because I know they're just going to go to Google and they'll probably choose the first or second option out of that Google provides them, but maybe that's not necessarily the most ideal. So if we can spend an extra hour or two staff time doing a little bit of due diligence so we can make sure that business owners have a selection of vendors that, you know, that are trustworthy, then I think that's time well spent. So, because otherwise they'd each individually be spending that time doing the exact same thing. So, otherwise I can support this as well.
This actually brings up a couple more questions for me to you, George. First of all, just confirm for me again, this would not apply just to restaurants. It would apply, for example, to a nail salon that wanted to go outdoors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next question is for Mr. Pierik. My experience typically is that municipalities do not provide a list of vendors from a liability standpoint. Do you have any concern as the city attorney that if a suggested list of vendors was provided, that the city would incur any potential exposure?
I'll have to look into that, Mayor. It might be done with an appropriate disclaimer regarding not, guaranteeing any results and that they need to do their own independent evaluation of the vendors. But let me look at it, and if you want to delegate to me the ability to make that call, or we come back to you, but you don't have another meeting till August, so let me look into it. If I can find some disclaimer language that would be sufficient to protect the city, would that be good enough for your purposes?
That's fine enough for me, unless is there objection from anybody as to that point? I just think it's very unusual, highly unusual to have a list of recommended vendors by a municipality, because it calls into question other issues. So, but I'm perfectly comfortable with having you look at that. Mrs. Craven, you look like you have a question that you want to pose, and then I'll go on to my next question.
No, I was going to say that I thought once upon a time when we were doing toilet rebates, we did have a list of recommended vendors who had the approved type of toilet that we were going to rebate.
I think that was with respect to the type of toilet and not the vendor, but I don't recall specifically.
We provided, I think, a list to our sewer customers of places where they could go that it was available.
Okay, all right. I was thinking of the equipment itself as opposed to the vendor.
Well, we did both, but.
And then this next observation actually is back to you, Mrs. Craven. That is that my thought on this was, if the city discerned that it had some kind of use for these, not that it would want to store, several thousand of these barricades, but let's say the city said, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have 500 of these stored at the wastewater treatment plant or the corporation yard just in case we need them. Then my thought was to say, give the city the flexibility to say, hey, at the end of this duration, you're done. They're your responsibility, Mr. and Mrs. Business Owner. But if we as a city discretionarily ask you to take them, or the city would take them, then the city could do that. That was my thought. It wasn't that we would have that responsibility transferred, is that if the city thought that maybe you could make some use out of it. But that presumes that the city thinks it could make some use out of these after they're done with. And I think Mr. Ramirez may have some thoughts on that particular one. Then I want to come back and make one more comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, absolutely. We will look at that very closely here in the next few days and determine as to what extent we could utilize these as an asset down the road. I imagine we can find some use for them. I don't know how many, but I would not want to give up that opportunity moving forward. So we will look at that very closely.
And in other words, we could condition it as a part of this grant of funds, saying if the city wants to have these back, or not to have these back, wants to have these at the end of this period, then the city has the right to do that. And that way, I think that's a win. It's kind of a win-win. Because in that instance, the business owner doesn't have to be concerned about disposing of them. And the city, although it would incur some costs in taking them away, would have them available. But all that, of course, presumes that the city would have some use for them.
And the only other item I have before I lose my train of thought is regarding the cost of them. We will scrutinize either the invoice that we receive as part of the application or the quotes and determine whether or not those bids for those items are irresponsible. We will do it on a case-by-case basis. That's not to say that we could not provide options as far as vendors or companies that do sell and or lease these items, but we will be very critical of each application and or invoice or quote of these items. So if we get one that seems to be way out of the ballpark, we would question that. And I think we have the option to deny that application if we feel like it's inappropriate.
All right. And finally,
Go ahead,
Mr. Kildee.
I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
No, well, let me just ask one more question, Mr. Kildee, and I'll turn it back to you. George, if I'm understanding it correctly, though, the funds for this particular activity would come from our our general fund monies where there is a commitment on for economic development use of the funds, correct?
Yes.
In other words, out of the original $8 million, and we have, or 10, in any event, we would be taking another $250,000 from those committed reserves, is what I'm trying to say. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, personally, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Kildee, I think that's a very, like I said, in our grant and loan program, that's an appropriate use of these rainy day funds for this purpose. Mr. Kildee.
Once staffed, okay, I'm putting myself as a business person here, and I need some barricades for my business. And I need them for the duration of the pandemic. And I'm going to apply for this grant, and hopefully the city will pay for at least part of what they cost here. So after the pandemic's over, I really don't have any use for these barricades. So I'm thinking, okay, if the city wants to come by and take them, great. I mean, they really don't have a lot of value to me unless I can find a buyer for it, but I'm in the food business. I'm in the hair business. I'm not in the business of selling barricades here. In other words, I don't want to deal with it. So I think if staff wants to look at it, I think you have to be prepared that we may get a whole slew of these back. So I just bring this up, as an FYI here, and make sure that we think long and hard about how we're going to deal with this, because it could be, a storage situation rather quickly here, because it looks like these things can add up. They're not super big, and they can add up in a hurry here. So just a couple of FYI and some thoughts.
Let me respond to that, Mr. Kildee, because I'm the one who brought it up, and that is, it would only be if the city says to the business owner for whom it has provided reimbursement that the city would like to have those back. Otherwise, the condition of the grant is it's the business owner's responsibility to dispose of them unless the city comes back and affirmatively asks for it at the city's discretion. So let's say, hypothetically, we've got, how many out there? I don't know, 500. I'll just pick a number out of the air. Well, we don't want 500, but the city doesn't want 500, but the city would like to have 100 to store in the corporation's yard. The city could then go to different business owners and just choose the 100. But it would be a condition of, my thought would be, it would be a condition of the grant.
I don't disagree with that. I just have to make sure that we have it completely spelled out as such.
Right. Otherwise, it's the business owner's responsibility. Mrs. Craven, I think I may have interrupted you. Did you have another observation?
No, I was going to agree with Mr. Kildee, but I think the language needs to make it very, very clear that it's up to the business owner to dispose of them, unless there is a case in which the city wants them.
That's my intention. That's absolutely my intention. Okay. I think we've discussed this one an awful lot. Additional discussion?
I'll move the approval.
All right. And may I just inquire, Mrs. Craven, you move the approval based on the discussion that we've been having with the tenets of the discussion that we've been, pursuant to the tenets of the discussion we've been having?
I don't think we changed anything in the recommendation. I mean, I think we suggested an authorized list if it's approved by the city attorney, and something about the ability to buy some of them. So that would be included. What other things?
Nope, that's it. Just wanted to be sure we were clear. So thank you for that. And I interrupted you. I know you made that motion. Is there a second on that motion?
I second.
Okay. Thank you. Jeffrey, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, George, for a good presentation. And thank you to staff for being so nimble on this. That concludes our special meeting agenda. And at this point then, we'll start our 7:30 calendar. Oh, it's only 7:57, so we'll start our 7:30 calendar. And our first up is a presentation by the Ventura County Animal Services Director, an update. And it appears that the director has joined us.
She needs to unmute her. There she goes.
There we go.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Mayor Tremblay and council members, thank you so much for having me here this evening. For the record, my name is Jackie Rose. I am the Director of Animal Services for Ventura County. And it really is my pleasure to be here tonight to share some data and information with you. We are very, very, very excited about the services that we've been providing. I can talk a little bit about and answer any questions for you regarding COVID-impacted services at the end of this. There's quite a bit of information here. I'm going to go very quickly through this because I want to be very respectful of your time, but I'm happy to answer any questions for you as we go through this. What we did, just to give you an idea of what this information and why we're presenting it, we spent time last year. I wanted to take a look. I'm fairly new to the county. I've been here. I started May of last year, so 2019. And it was important for me to get an understanding of where this agency has been and where we're going. And part of that was to do a trends analysis and really take a look at what kinds of things we have been able to accomplish over the last 10 years. And so that's really what this presentation is about. Let me just start and jump in. In 2019, you can see that we took in a little over 11,000 animals into our shelter last year. 76% of those were stray animals, with another 13% being surrendered. The small other percentage is really a relatively small percentage. So the bulk of animals that come to our shelter are strays. I'm bearing with technical difficulties, so bear with me. Okay, there we go. If we look at a 10-year trend line, you can see that relatively for the last 5-6 years, our numbers have been fairly consistent. Little bumps up and down as far as total intakes, and this is total intake for all animals coming to the shelter. We serve, as you know, we serve 8 cities plus unincorporated Ventura area. So these are all the animals that come from the 8 cities plus the unincorporated areas.
Ms. Rose, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you sharing a screen? Because I'm not seeing any.
I am. Are you not seeing that? Let me.
No.
I am so sorry. Let's see if I can get this to work again. I thought it had shared.
Thank you. It sounded like you were sharing a screen.
Again. Yes. No. Thank you for telling me that. All right. Let's see. Is it? Are you seeing a screen now?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. I apologize for that. And again, please let me know if there's any other technical difficulties. Here's just the chart that I was just talking about regarding the total animals for 2019, with 76% of our animals coming in being stray animals that come to our facility. And then if we look at the trend line over the last 10 years, you can see that our total intake, relatively speaking, are fairly consistent, a little bump up and a little bump down. last year being at 11,700 animals that came into our facility in total. And I do want to be very clear about this. This is all animals. This is not just dogs and cats. This includes the exotics that come in and wildlife, as well as equines and animals that we rescued through fires and emergency situations. But digging into this a little bit longer, a little bit deeper, our intakes, when you look at this, we break it out and we like to see what's coming in as stray animals versus other animals. And so you can see that over the trend line, we have dropped a little bit from 2011, 2010 to about 8,400, 8,500 of our animals coming in being strays. Again, slight little dips here and there, but nothing significant. Specific for Camarillo, if you take a look at this, again, somewhat fairly consistent, although the last couple of years we've had a bit of a drop in the number of intakes from your city specifically for strays. If you look at the legend down on the bottom, you'll see that blue is dog, orange is cat, yellow is rabbit, and then others. And others includes primarily wildlife. That makes up the bulk of those numbers. And the biggest drop that we saw in the last year were in dogs, which is a very interesting phenomenon, which I actually think is probably a good sign. Less dogs that are running loose in the city, as well as possibly more dogs being found in your city who are already microchipped and or wearing license tags, and they're able to be sent home to their owners without necessarily having to come to us. So I think that that's possibly a positive number in that decline of intake for strays. On the surrender animals, these are the animals that are owned by someone who's no longer able to care for that animal, and you'll see that for the city, for our overall, the numbers are pretty consistent for the last 3-4 years for surrendered animals that we take in. But looking at this for the city of Camarillo, there was a bit of an increase. And so if we look at this in total, we had about a 6% decrease in stray animals coming from your city, but a 14% increase of surrendered animals. So if we balance it out, it's probably not significantly different in the total numbers, but we're seeing a little bit higher needs for owners to be able to have a place for their animals to go if they're unable to care for them for the city of Camarillo. When we look at outcomes are very important to us, and as you can see by this chart, 56% of the animals that come into our facility are adopted, and another close to 23% are reunited, which is a return to owner. Those are lost pets that were able to reunite with their family. The 78% of the animals who come to our shelter are going back to either their family or to a new home. The other percentage you can see are some transfers to partner agencies. We have some cats that go to what we call our Working Whiskers program or Trap, Neuter, Return. A little less than 10% are euthanized, and a very small percent, a little over 1.5%, are animals who have died in our care. Again, just breaking down, looking at a little bit more detail of the outcomes for adoptions by dog and cat, you can see that a higher number are in cats. That is completely consistent across the board, not only for us, but nationwide. Shelters tend to have higher cats than they do dogs in their care. But we had 5,700, a little over 5,700 animals get adopted last year out of our 11,700 that came in. Specifically for, again, your city, this is this slide made me very happy when I was looking at this data. That's an increase for your city, people who are taking animals into their home and giving them a forever home. That's a pretty nice increase, and again, you can see that the bulk of it is in cats. The dogs remain pretty consistent, a little bit higher for some of the others, and those others may include rabbits. So a nice increase there of families who are wanting to give homes to our animals in need. Another big piece for us that's very important are the animals that were able to reunite with their owners, or what we call return to owners. What I want you to notice on this slide, first off, is that if you look at black bar across this slide, is that the average return to owner rate nationwide for dogs is 26%. We are very proud of the fact that we run consistently 59%, meaning that 59% of the stray dogs that come to our facility are reunited with their families. We take great pride in that, and a lot of that has to do with the licensing initiatives and microchipping, as well as the amount of work that our staff engage in to really track down those owners and let them know that their dog is at our facility and they can come reclaim their dog and take them home. On the cat side, unfortunately, the national average is not great. You can see there it's 5% for cats. I'm happy to report again we are above the national average. We've had a bit of a drop last year, and if you look at 2017, someone might say, well, wow, 14%, that was fantastic. It's my understanding that that is very much directly related to the fires of 2017. There were a lot of cats that came in due to the fire situation. We were able to reunite them. That's probably not specifically for Camarillo. We've had a bit of a drop of animals being reunited, but I also want to remind you that when we looked at the stray numbers of animals coming in, that was lower. So that's probably commensurate and correlates to less animals being reunited is also related to less animals coming in who were lost. Transfer partners, these are the animals that we do transfer to other agencies. Often we have animals that have behavioral needs, specific needs, that will do better with another organization, specifically breed-specific types of agencies that are willing to take some of our more challenging dogs, which often dogs, for those, and we'll give them some other opportunities that we just don't have the resources to provide, as well as you can see for cats. Again, when you look at that for 2019, you see 77 animals that were transferred that were others. Those are rabbits, and we've had a very high rabbit population, so we're very happy to be able to transfer them. A lot of jurisdictions don't really serve rabbits, and so there are families out there who will adopt them if we can transfer them to other partners outside of our area. As I mentioned before, our Working Whiskers program, this is a program where we're able to take cats who are really, I want to say, semi-social. We used to call these programs years ago barn programs. They're cats that they're probably not going to be in someone's home doing very well sitting on someone's lap because that's not what they're interested in, but they make great mousers, and we find opportunities for them to have working lives so that we no longer euthanize feral cats. And so our barn program and our Working Whiskers program is something that we're able to do. We're also always looking to increase opportunities and find other options for these cats. In regards to our field and licensing services, we processed close to 56,000 licenses last year, and again, this is agency-wide for all of the jurisdictions that we serve. We responded to a little over 10,000 calls by our field officers, our animal control officers. There were just about 1,800 nuisance complaints that we were processing, and 339 animals were rescued during the Easy Maria fires last year, which, as you remember, kind of happened within 36 hours of each other. In a matter of 5 days, we had rescued, and most of those were livestock. We had rescued those animals, placed them at the fairgrounds, and then were able to reunite them with their families within 4 or 5 days. So that was a quick turnaround, which is the good news. They weren't staying with us for an extended period of time. For Camarillo, for your city specifically, last year we processed a little over 8,500 licenses. We responded to just a little over 1,300 calls and processed 50 nuisance complaints for your community. Our medical team, again, BCS provides really comprehensive services and does and has an ongoing commitment to life-saving activities and doing the best that we can for the animals that come to us. And a big part of that is the medical care that we provide to our animals. Last year, over 11,000 vaccinations were administered to the animals coming through. There were over 7,700 exams performed by our veterinarians and our medical team, and close to 4,500 surgeries that were performed for all the animals that came in for our service. When we talk about euthanasia, I will break it out in just a moment, but we do talk about it in total. This may include behavioral as well as medical issues. This is one of the most important slides as far as I'm concerned. You can see the significant change in the number of animals that have been or were euthanized over the last several years. DCS really embarked on its life-saving efforts starting in 2012, and by 2014, we're well under our way. And so if you were an animal that came into our facility in 2011, you were one of potentially 5,600 animals who were being euthanized for space. Those were often healthy animals. We no longer do that. We do not euthanize any animal for space or time or convenience. Euthanasia is only for behavioral issues that we deem are a public safety issue, to put that animal back into the community, or a medical issue that that animal is suffering from that really would be inhumane to keep them alive and prolonged at this time. So that is a significant reduction, and we're incredibly proud of being able to move towards these life-saving issues and sustain them. Just a little bit of breakout on this. When we look at humane euthanasia, these are the cases that were euthanized for medical reasons. Again, the legend down on the bottom shows you that we had 93 dogs for last year that were euthanized for medical and 370 cats. The cats, for the most part, tend to be kittens. They're the neonate kittens that may come in that are 2 hours old that were abandoned by mom, that really are suffering and they don't have the ability to survive. So often is what we call failing kittens is what, for the most part, makes up the bulk of those numbers for cats, unlike dogs, but we don't see that with puppies. And on the behavioral side, it's an even more drastic reduction. Again, there was a time where dogs who may have had some behaviors that we thought were a bit concerning but were manageable were euthanized or were summarily euthanized. We no longer do that. If you look at the numbers, you can see that we euthanized a total of 36 dogs last year due to behavior and 4 cats. And those are animals that we believe that if we were to put them back into the community pose a significant public safety concern. These are most often with dogs highly aggressive and have demonstrated highly aggressive behaviors in the past as well as at our shelter. I love this slide, and we just share this. As you can see, since 2014, not a single animal has been euthanized at VCS for what we call time and space. And for those of you who have been in this community a long time, you may remember there was a time that animals just had a certain number of days, and if they weren't adopted or reclaimed, they were euthanized. It didn't have anything to do with their disposition or their medical status. It was a space and a management issue. Well, we stopped that in 2013-14, and since that time, not a single animal has been euthanized for those reasons. And similarly for feral cats, there was a time that when cats were just brought to us and they were determined to be feral and unsocial, we euthanized them. We no longer do that. We have other exit strategies. We work with the communities. There are lots of trappers. We are placing cats back after they've been vaccinated and stayed and neutered. And since 2016, we have not euthanized any feral cats simply for the fact of being a feral cat. Trying to move through this pretty quickly for you, just another couple slides. Some of the things that are really impactful in helping us with our life-saving efforts are the kinds of things I'm going to talk about now. One is foster care. You can see that 2019, we had the highest number of animals going into foster care. We really started the foster care program again at the beginning of the life-saving efforts in 2014. And as of last year, over 3,000 animals went into foster homes and were cared for. A good percentage of these are moms and kittens. Again, those cats that in the past would have been euthanized are no longer being euthanized. Families are stepping up in the community. They provide foster. We stay and neuter those kittens when they're of age, and then we adopt them out. So these are really fabulous numbers, and our foster care numbers continue to grow. Average length of stay, which is another indicator that's really important in this industry. We don't want animals staying in our shelter. The longer an animal stays in our shelter, it's just one more day for that animal to decompensate in some way. Shelters are like hospitals. If you stay there long enough, you will get sick. And so we don't want animals staying at our facility, and we've been able to bring down our length of stay to just a little over 10 days for every animal that comes in. We do, of course, have some outliers and animals who are there with us for several months, but the average length of stay is just a little over 10 days. And then this is, for many of us, one of the most important slides, is what we call our live release rate. And the live release rate is literally what it says, the percentage of animals that enter our shelter who leave our shelter. alive, who go to another transfer partner, they go for adoption, they get reunited, but they are no longer being euthanized. And again, these charts are just, they're reflective of the life-saving activities. Again, if you were a cat in 2010 and you came to our shelter, you had a 65% chance of being euthanized simply because you walked through our doors. Now, 91% of our cats are live release. And again, for dogs, it's 72% back in 2010. You had a 28% of just because you came to us, you were just going to be euthanized. We're running a 97% for dogs and with a combined 94.1% live release rate, which is highly respectable number, and we're very, very proud of this. Last couple slides. One of the things that helps us with our live release rates and all of the activities that have helped us be successful is our pet retention program. We started this program back in 2016. This program is intentionally designed to help divert animals coming into our shelter. We work with folks who are seeking owner surrender. They're believing that they need to turn their animal into a shelter because they don't have some type of resource to care for them. Through our pet retention, we're able to help support them and let them keep that animal in their loving home. So through pet retention, we are paying for veterinary services that they may not have been able to afford. We're paying, for behavioral training that they may need so that they can keep that dog. We may be paying a pet deposit. Someone's moving and they're now moving into an apartment complex that requires a pet deposit and they don't have those funds. We will pay that pet deposit. We've had animals who are constantly running away and they're loose and getting picked up and they need a fence, and we help and we go out and we build them a fence. Anything that we can do to try and help retain pets in their home is really the goal of this program, and we've been really excited and very, very successful, and we're one of the models in the state that people are turning to and seeking a lot of advice and counsel from us today. So that feels really good. Humane euthanasia is a service that we do offer. This is for folks who have limited means, but their pets are suffering, and they do need a humane euthanasia service. Very often people can't afford that when they go to the local veterinarian, so we try to provide the service to the best of our ability. You can see that there was a bit of a decrease the last year, which I think maybe is good news. I don't necessarily know why, but you can see that we did provide services to 542 pet owners last year and help them transition that animal to a better place for them. And our trap, neuter, return cats that we provide surgical services for, so that they are community cats, that they are spayed and neutered and vaccinated and placed back into the community, so that we are helping to decrease pet overpopulation through that model. And then I think this may be our last slide or close to it. We can't do this without our volunteers. The services that we provide are comprehensive, they're complex, it's 24/7 care that we're providing, and if it wasn't our volunteers, we couldn't do it. You can see that last year we had a total of over 1,200 hours donated by our volunteers, which equals 63 full-time equivalents for employees. And you can see the breakdown. When we say volunteer, that means primarily people who are coming to our shelter, working at our shelter, dog walking, cat socializing, doing laundry, working with our rabbits, taking dogs out on what we call Hound on the Town, all the activities that happen at our shelter as well as events. Foster are those people, again, that we talked about who take animals into their home and care for those animals. If those foster families were not there, we would not have the ability to care for those animals. We simply don't have the resources or the space. So again, we double my staff is about 80 FTEs, and so our volunteers and fosters make up almost a double amount of the staff that we have. And we just want to say thank you to Camarillo and your support, council members and Mayor Tremblay. We are very, very, very pleased and honored to have such a nice partnership with your city, and we hope and continue to a long-lasting relationship with you. So I will, at this point, I can either stop sharing, or if there's some questions and there's some specific slides that you want me to go back to, I'm happy to do that. So,
thank you very much, Ms. Rose, for a very thorough presentation There may well be questions for you, I think, from council members. Let's see. Mr. Kildee, I see you, and you'll be followed by Mr. Mulchay.
Yeah, I have a comment. Did everybody hear me okay? When I was at the last meeting and Jackie had given this presentation, I thought to myself, geez, wouldn't it be great if we could have her come to our council? And at the end of the meeting, she offered to go to every city that had the time or the interest in that. And I had asked Mr. Picardo if we could set that up, and graciously did. And I think what the council has just heard and the residents that are watching this, how lucky we are to have somebody like Jackie Rose be our director here. And I'm not just because Jackie's here, but we've had really good executive directors, but I think Jackie's going to take this to the next level, and I'm really excited about all the new programs that in a relatively short time that she didn't have enough time to really talk about all of them, but that she's had a direct impact in, and we're going to take this, I think, to another level here, and I'm really excited that the no-kill is working as well. And, no-kill is only as good as the executive director, the staff members, and the members of the community that volunteer, and the board members make it, and the county as well. And everybody's on board with this. So I just want to thank Jackie for the great presentation. And we've come a long way. And I know we've got a long way to go, but we're on the right path. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay.
Ms. Rose, I want to thank you. I want to thank your staff for everything you guys do, because it's very much appreciated. I think it is very important. And thank you for the presentation. It's probably one of the more enjoyable and better news presentations that we've all received in quite a while. There's not a lot of good news nowadays. So to see these numbers is really it's very enjoyable. It's good to see. Aside from volunteering, which I've done in the past for VCAS, I've had family members do it. My family we adopted a dog named Hudson, a brown lab. We picked him. He was going in being surrendered, and we nabbed him right then and there, and he got along with our other dogs, and it was easy transition. And so aside from volunteering, how can people in the community support VCAS and your guys' cause?
Thank you so much for that question. I really appreciate that. I love the opportunity to talk about it. And you're right, volunteering is a fabulous way to support our services, but there are other ways. One are donations. We do accept donations. We accept financial donations. We have a foundation that manages that for us, which is separate from the county operation. It is a separate foundation, and they have a fiduciary duty to manage those dollars for them as the foundation on our behalf, as well as in-kind donations. And I will say we live in a community that's very, very generous, and we have donations every single day coming into our shelter. But another thing that I would offer to people is just to be a good ambassador, to become familiar with the services that we do have, to be aware of our statistics. We keep all of this information. I'm a big believer in transparency of services. All of these numbers, as well as a report similar to this, is on our website, and people can look at our numbers every single month. We post our most up-to-date monthly numbers, and then we'll have an annual report to be aware of what we're doing and to be an ambassador and help carry the message on our behalf. And then, of course, I'm always going to put the pinch in for, if you will, please come and adopt, whether it be from us or from other animal rescue agencies and animal welfare agencies. We as animal welfare industry have about 22 to 25% of the market share of animals. And there are lots of animals in shelters who need homes. So we're always encouraging people to adopt.
Thank you.
Mrs. Craven.
You mentioned the pet retention program. What's the source of funds for that?
Thank you. The source of funds for that, it's interesting. It has changed over the last few years. Initially, back in 2016, and actually 2016, 17, and 18, the funds to support the actual service that's delivered was provided by a grant through Petco Foundation. We had received a 3-year grant, $50,000 each year to help fund those services. However, the position itself has always been funded by the county. It's one of the services, or it's one of the allocated FTE positions just within our county budget. So positions funded by the county, services were funded by the grant. However, the grant expired. I will tell you we are actually in the process right now of rewriting another grant, and we'll be submitting by the end of August for additional funds, but it is our foundation that is now supporting that activity. And it's estimated it's about $175,000 to $200,000 a year that the foundation supports these activities. We have about $75,000 a year allocated for medical expenses, another $45,000 for other kinds of supplies and services, and then there's some other miscellaneous line items that we support through this. So these dollars come through our foundation, which directly come from donations and fundraising activities.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Jackie, thank you so much. It was one of our most enjoyable presentations. I met you I was on the Animal Service Committee, and I met you at my last meeting, your first meeting. And I want to give a little shout out for fostering. I fostered for Animal Services and did it for about 2 years, and took many, a mama and her kittens. Sorry, just heard the motorcycle outside. And it was really one of the most really rewarding things I have done, and I was able to involve my kids in it. And I have to say that the support that I got from everybody at the shelter, from the vet to the volunteer coordinator, there was so much support, and it was such a great community to be a part of. I never felt like I was alone, or if I had a sick kitty and I needed help, there was always somebody there. And if anybody's thinking about doing it, if you take a mama and her kittens, there's not really a lot you have to do. And so, we might want to start out that way. If you're going to do bottle babies, it's a little more. But I had to stop just because I'm never home anymore, and just too busy. But it was really rewarding. And like I said, I think part of the reason that it's such a successful program and it has grown so much speaks to your staff and speak to the people that support all the fosters out here doing it. So thank you. Thank you for all your hard work and taking care of all our animals. Appreciate you.
Thank you for fostering, and I'm glad that you did. I somewhat feel like I neglected that when the question was asked of how can the community support us. I embed fostering with volunteering, but it really is just another way that people can get involved. And you're right, it's a fabulous activity, not only for us, being the animal welfare side and the animals, but for the families who participate in it. Especially if there are kids involved, and it really isn't that difficult to do. And you're right, we spend a lot of time trying to provide support. One of the things that we have moved towards with this COVID situation is we are providing telemedicine to all of our fosters, because we can't bring them in unless there's obviously an emergency that somebody needs to be seen. But if a foster, you may remember if you had a problem at 10 o'clock at night, you were texting our foster coordinator. Well, now we have a telemedicine program so that they can speak directly to the vet and get that kind of assistance. It's large numbers of animals in the community. We want to make sure our fosters do have the resources and feel supported through this activity. It is an unbelievable gift that they give to us, and the animals are the ones who are benefiting. So we're very, very, very we're very invested in making sure that we provide the support back to our fosters, so thank you for saying that.
And Ms. Rose, speaking on behalf of myself, thank you for just an excellent presentation. A couple of quick things. One, I'm hoping that you might be able to provide your PowerPoint presentation to city staff because I think it tells a very good story on behalf of VCAS, and perhaps it's something that the city could put up in its media components to tell your story. And finally, just kudos to you and your staff and all of your volunteers and your fosters for the wonderful work that you all are doing. So thank you very much for a good presentation this evening.
Well, thank you so much for giving me the time to do this. When Councilmember Kildee asked if I would be happy to do this, it was truly my pleasure. And I appreciate you taking the time to let me share this information with you, and I will absolutely be happy to provide the PowerPoint. I know that that your team has this as a PDF, but we'll get it to them in PowerPoint so you can use it however you'd like. And again, thank you so much for your time, and my final comment, so I just want to say what a pleasure it is working with your city staff. Your team is wonderful, and we appreciate the partnership that we have together. So thank you all for your time this evening.
Great. Thanks for all the good work that you do.
Thanks. Bye-bye, everyone.
Good night. Thank you. All right. That brings us to item 16 under public comments. Jeffrey, I think we have a number of speakers under public comments this evening.
Yes.
Can we please have our first speaker? For all of those who are waiting to do public comments, know that we have a 3-minute limit. Jeffrey will tell you when your 3 minutes is up, and then I will tell you thank you and ask for the next speaker.
Hello?
Hi, is this Cynthia?
Yes.
Hi, Cynthia. I'm calling from council chambers for your public comments.
Okay, tell me when to start.
You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name. Go ahead.
Cynthia Glass. Evidence does not lie. People do. Keep these words in mind. 2017 to 2018, major changes in our city occurred. Mr. Tremblay, your Measure E passed for term limits. Longtime council seats were up for grabs. It got ugly in the city. The council was focused on their personal political agenda, not commenting on the beginnings of the DA probe into the third Fiesta embezzlement in 12 years. The treasurer had left due to a $1,000 ATM cash withdrawal. So if I was aware of it, so was Mike Morgan. Mrs. Craven, you and Mike Morgan were fighting for your seat. Mrs. Craven, you hosted a fundraiser for Morgan's lost supervisor bid. Mrs. Kitchen was his treasurer during his campaign. Kildee, I find it difficult in all of you that we're not aware of the DA investigation. Are you just sitting there just to get along? On May 10th, 2017, the council passed a weak amendment that council members serving on boards or officers could not participate in the funding decisions. Mr. Tremblay, this wasn't enough. Do none of you know the term conflict of interest? Google it. Thus, we have a third embezzlement that was covered up by Mike Morgan. Again, he was running to keep his council seat in Camarillo and did not want the adverse publicity. He allowed Honeycutt to be the president and treasurer. He claimed Honeycutt as being computer savvy. The Fiesta is handed over $35 in cash from the carnival operator every year. He claimed that the embezzlement in 2015 had to be handled the way it was because there were no monies. There was $30,000 in a money market account, and I turned in $33,000 in checks in March. Well over enough to start the funding for the Fiesta. Follow the money trail. Morgan has shown now that he does not have the ability of running a committee. 2 signatures was not utilized. Accurate financial statements reviewed, updating yearly authorized signatures for officers, and not turning city permits in a timely manner. Mr. Morgan has played the game of ignorant and smart too many times. The council could have prevented all the embezzlements, but you allowed cronyisms to be performed. He even had Paige Hibbets, who was arrested for embezzlement from her employer, as his treasurer. He didn't check the books. The city is granting loans to businesses due to COVID-19. Did you require financial statements and tax returns? The only difference between a business and a nonprofit is where the money goes. The council needs to set up a committee to review the financials are in order. You
You as a council can vote the dollar amount. I did write a letter to Mr. Morgan with no response. You have a committee for other areas.
Cynthia,
Why not events and
your time is
nonprofits?
up.
Thank you very much. May we have, Jeffrey, may we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, it's Matt.
Hi, Matt. You have 3 minutes.
Well, let me just say this. Fool me once, fool me twice. The Camaro Fiesta, second, third, embezzlement, they should have a lifetime ban. You know something? 3 councilmen were replaced because of the bad behavior, promoting bad nonprofits, bad behavior. Habitat for Humanity got a pass, no contractor's license. CRF, missing money, didn't maintain the house, passed. The last Fiesta Association, Mr. Kildee and Charlotte Craven, you gave Mr. Morgan a pass. What did you know about this current one? Did the city council, the city attorney, city manager, or the police department know about it? And why did you give money to the Camaro Fiesta? It's wrong. You know, it sends a bad message. You guys were elected to clean up City Hall. You need regulation and rules, and if a council member breaks them, he needs to be expelled from office. Enough. We want accountability. That's why you got elected. You need to do your job and stop it. Stop making excuses for lawbreakers and people in the community. Don't give money to nonprofits if they have bad behavior and they don't behave themselves. My God, you know something? The people are the city, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like bad people, because you're friends at golf courses or whatever, how you know these people, you go off. And, you know, that's the bottom line here is we need accountability. Mr. Tremblay, Mr. Morgan has you listed as his best friend with pictures going to cocktail parties. Are you transparent? You know something? We had issues with him being a code enforcement officer. He said he was a code enforcement officer with businesses. Nobody held him accountable during the last election. And now you guys are embracing him in that organization. It's time to put an end to it. You know something? Accountability means removing people, not dealing with people. By you not doing your job, that's what happens in life. This is a result of the city's bad DNA for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
May we have the next speaker, please? Jeffrey, thank you.
Hello?
Hi, is this Cheryl?
Yes.
Hi, you have 3 minutes to speak to the city council. Please start by stating your name.
Hi, this is Cheryl, longtime Camarillo resident. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm very concerned about the welfare of our community because of Vice Mayor Santangelo's frame of mind and poor decision-making abilities due to her prejudice, racist tendencies, bigotry, and the negative effects they will have on our community. I've read some of her online race-baiting posts that, to me, clearly demonstrate she's prejudiced against whites, law enforcement, those who support our Second Amendment, and she's also racist towards whites. For instance, she's written, "The killers are white men walking among us. White people are all racist. A lot of white males kill people in America. More white men have killed people in this country than any radical Islamic terrorist. America is racist. Our entire system is racist. Check your privilege." She also appears to emotionally comment, make derogatory personal attacks on others, and makes thoughtless decisions. I'll paraphrase, out of respect for the audience, some of the words. "Take your guns and shove them. F you to everyone who won't help pass common sense gun laws. Dude, all the guns in the world won't make your blank any larger." And there's also an abundance of tweets littered with crude, crass, offensive words directed towards others. She posted from medium.com an article captioned, "Defund the Police," entitled, "Why Depolicing Isn't as Crazy as It Sounds," dated June 21st. She tries to claim she supports law enforcement, while in the same breath, and I'm paraphrasing her words from June 10th, she wants to shift funding from police, a gradual reallocation of resources and funding away from the police. This is a misaligned notion, and I utterly disagree. Camarillo is a relatively diverse community, and I believe the community and city government as a whole desires to appreciate and encourage inclusion and diversity, yet she wanted support for an agenda item that is divisive and exclusionary towards others. Obviously, her toxic words regarding white men lack empirical evidence and research to support such claims. In my research, I've learned that white men are not the predominantly represented homicide offenders in the U.S. America is racist. There's over 328 million people living in America, and they're all racist? Or were you just referring to a particular group of Americans? It is my belief that statements made by public officials carry more weight with people, and that some people served by that public official may take what is said as gospel. And when you demonize a group of people, you perpetuate an injustice to that group, especially when those statements are loaded with falsities, intolerance, discourteous, and harmful words. Your actions and words, Vice Mayor Santangelo, are damaging our community, the effects of which could be long-lasting and devastating, and I'm asking that you step down from your position, attend diversity and civility training, and do some introspection yourself like you quickly tell others they need to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey, may we have the next speaker, please?
Hello?
Hi, is this John Caravello?
Yes, this is John.
This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
My name is John Caravello. I live in Ventura, District 3, but I am a lecturer at Channel Islands, Cal State. So I have many students who live in Camarillo. I wanted to call in and say something regarding the vote on the resolution last week relating to Black Lives Matter. Council members, I want to let you know that your votes will not be forgotten. I will be talking to my students about this, in fact. You refused to pass a resolution because it said Black Lives Matter. You think it was clever to make a distinction between BLM uppercase, the organization, and BLM lowercase, the movement. But you can't endorse the movement and not the organization. The movement emerged from and works in parallel with the organization, and you would know this if you had just gone on their website or something. So I'm asking, so each council member, I'm asking you to declare in this meeting at the end of these general comments the following 2 things. Black Lives Matter, and I condemn white supremacy. You can even, it'd be great if you said something about the terrible last call, too. And if you can't do either of these things, I think you should just resign. Hopefully you will do this, and when you do, you'll reflect on why it's so hard to write what you just said out loud in City Council. Obviously, this council members, Santangelo and Milkshea, you're exempt from this, but you should make sure that the rest of them speak on this matter today. Thanks. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you for your comments.
Hey, Jeffrey, does that conclude our public comments?
That does, yes.
All right, we're going to move now then to item 17A. This is a public hearing item. It is going to be for permanent local housing allocation grant application. And I believe this would be either Mr. Baca or Ms. Buck. There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Buck.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. In 2017, SB2 established the $75 recording fee on real estate documents to provide a funding source for increasing housing supply and providing affordable housing. In 2019 and beyond, 70% of collected revenues will be allocated to state HCD's Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, or PLHA. The program will provide a permanent source of funding to local governments for addressing local housing needs. In order to receive funding, the city must submit a state HCD funding application and a 5-year plan for these funds. We'd like to highlight that the city recently applied for over $1 million in grants through HUD and state HCD to help support affordable housing, and we're proud to say that 2/3 has already been awarded to the city as reflected in the agenda report. On February 12th, the City Council adopted Policy 7.13, First-Time Homebuyer Down Payment Assistance Loan Program. The program allows the use of CDBG grant funds for down payment assistance to lower-income households that purchase units through the city's Affordable Housing Preservation Program. The PLHA grant is a new funding source that will provide down payment assistance to lower-income households as well as moderate-income households purchasing a home in Camarillo. The CDBG and PLHA grants can provide down payment assistance without the use of general funds. The PLHA grant may be used for a number of eligible activities. It includes pre-development, development, acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordable rental, ownership housing, including accessory dwelling units, matching local housing trust fund and low moderate income housing asset fund, preserving and creating new permanent supportive housing, assisting persons who are experiencing at risk of homelessness, completing ADA modifications in lower income owner-occupied housing, and creating homeownership opportunities through programs like down payment assistance. Staff is recommending to apply for PLHA funds for the First-Time Homebuyer Down Payment Assistance Loan Program. If approved, assistance would be available to eligible homebuyers purchasing a home in Camarillo. The down payment assistance would be in a form of a loan and with the following terms. Assistance will be available to very low, and moderate income households. The maximum loan amount will be $25,000. The loans will have a simple interest of 3% accrued annually. Loans will have a 10-year term. The loans will be due after 10 years at transfer of title of ownership or cash-out refinancing or home equity loan. Student dependents are not eligible unless the taxpayer claiming them as the dependent resides in the same home. Applicants must be first-time homebuyers. Applicants may not have liquid assets with aggregate value exceeding $100,000. Buyers must use the residence as their primary dwelling. And a promissory note will be required for the loan, and a deed of trust will be recorded securing the promissory note to the title of the property. Any program income from the loans repayment will be used to issue additional loans. In addition to the funding application, the city must submit a 5-year plan for the funds. Over a 5-year period, the city estimated allocations will total approximately $812,000, but the actual amount may be lower because the funding levels depend on the annual revenues from the real estate transactions in the county. We estimate that 25 loans will be issued during the 5-year period, with an average of 5 loans per year. The suggested action is to adopt a resolution authorizing application for and receipt of PLHA grant funding and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the necessary agreements and/or documents required to secure the grant. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Buck. Before we go to public hearing, do any council members have questions of Ms. Buck?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Kildee.
Yes, Ms. Buck. We're eligible for about, I believe, $135,000. Is there a possibility that that number may increase in previous years, or has it been about that amount pretty steady?
This is the first year that we're receiving this annual allocation, so it is set at $135,000. However, in the future years, it could be the same amount or lower, depending on the revenues generated through the recording fees.
So that's how it's actually funded by recording fees, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? All right, hearing none, let me go ahead and open this for public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak in the public hearing portion of this presentation?
We don't have any requests to speak for this item.
No request to speak for this item? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I'll bring it back for council discussion. Who would like to start off?
I'll start off.
Go ahead. Mrs. Craven was first, Mr. Kildee, and then you're on deck. Thank you.
I think this is a great program. I've supported all kinds of programs like this before. It helps people who might need a little bit of help. $25,000 as a second loan isn't going to help you a lot, but it might be that little bit of difference to help a first-time buyer get into a house and own some property. I think this is a really good use of these funds. It's tied to where the money came from. I mean, there's definitely a nexus. Everybody, all of us who bought property in the last year or two have paid $75 for every recording fee, and I think that includes refinancing. And so the money will accumulate. It's going to continue to accumulate, and it's going to help. It's a shame it can't be more families, but it's going to help some every year, and I think that's wonderful. So I can support it.
Mr. Kildee.
Yes, I can support it. I think this is a great program. Wish we had more money to do it. Home ownership is, I think, critical to cities. I think it's just wonderful if you can, especially a first-time buyer and owner. And as we all know, even with the COVID and the economy, real estate prices are still remaining high. And a lot of it has to do with a lot of different things, not the least of which is the low interest rates, but nevertheless it is. So with the balance of the community, I think that so many of us have worked for, this can definitely be a big help. And I can remember when I bought my first home and how thrilling that was to be able to buy a home. It was it's just awesome. And I'm all for helping anybody, anytime, any way that we can make that happen. So I'll totally support this.
I'd like to go next. Mr. Mulchay.
I can certainly support it. $25,000 may not seem like a lot to some. I can tell you that it would go a very long way for these people who genuinely need it. And I echo a lot of what Kevin said as well. Homeownership is vital, and it's been more out of reach for our young up-and-comer generations, people my generation and later generations who are coming into their first, becoming eligible for their first home purchase, and it's just critical. But it's more out of reach and harder to achieve than ever. So I think this is a terrific program, and I can support it wholeheartedly.
Madam Vice Mayor, any comments?
Yeah, I echo what everybody said. This is a really important program. It's a great program, and I think it's especially important in Camarillo. So I support it and very happy to see this.
And I'll agree with all my colleagues. And actually, I think $25,000 may not seem like a lot of money, but that can be a difference maker in this situation, in this circumstance. So I will wholeheartedly support this. So with that in mind, do I hear a motion?
I'm going to move the approval.
All right, I'm going to call that. I think Mrs. Craven had the motion and Vice Mayor Santangelo had the second, if that's all right? Okay, good. We have a motion and a second on the suggested action. Jeffrey, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Buck. All right. I think that brings us then to only one other item on the agenda under new business, item 12, oral communications. Does the city attorney have anything to offer this evening?
Actually, I do. To follow up on my discussions earlier regarding the order on staying evictions, I wanted to mention that the city does have on its website a frequently asked questions in regards to the order staying evictions. So if anyone is interested in getting further information about that eviction order to stay evictions, I'd recommend they check the website for that frequently asked questions. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Pierick. Mr. Ramirez, do you have anything for us?
I do not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Let's start with City Council. Who would like to start off? And I'll jump at once. I think I saw Mrs. Craven's hand first, followed by Mr. Mulchay.
Okay, I attended an airport authority meeting on the 10th by Zoom, but I attended. I think that Earl Joseph Drive looks absolutely wonderful since it was redone. It also feels wonderful. You're not bumping over all the potholes and the cracks. So congratulations on a job well done on that. I also have here an article from the Wall Street Journal that I'm going to ask the city clerk to distribute. It's called Stores Are Being Reborn as Warehouses. And it's all about fulfillment centers. And since we have a fulfillment center that's going to be opening here in Camarillo, I thought it might be interesting to all of you. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I think Mr. Mulchay was next.
Yep, and I'll try to be brief. Thursday, July 9th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting. July 15th, I made sure my taxes were filed, and I hope everyone else remembered that as well. I'm always one to wait till the very last minute if I can. Thursday, July 16th, I attended the EDC board meeting where they did approve they ratified the city's, the agreement with the city for the $1 million revolving loan fund to small businesses, Camarillo, something that we had passed earlier. They also had some really great information on PPP awards in Ventura County and all the different cities. I think they're going to put something on their website, and I will have to find it and share it with, I'll give it to city clerk and have her distribute it to all of you so you guys can see as well. But they had talked about it, it's been discussed in the newspaper as well. You may have seen it. But Ventura County saw about $1 billion in PPP, about 13,000 loans. Camarillo got about, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 50% of that. They gave ranges above $150,000, so you don't quite know. And to kind of put that in perspective, EDC had said that the GDP of Ventura County is approximately $50 billion. So it got about 1/50th of its annual GDP. So I thought that was really interesting. They just had a whole lot of data. I'm intrigued by it. Tuesday, July 21st, I attended the investment committee, and I have two quick things I wanted to touch on. One, and this got brought up at the EDC as well. The Ventura County has a broadband, countywide fiber network. They are applying with the Economic Development Administration's Economic Adjustment Assistance Program in response to COVID-19 pandemic. And they're trying to get leverage funds for further rollout of a countywide fiber network. I don't know if staff has seen this. It's essentially a flyer here, nor do I know if we've been in touch with the county in regards to this program. But I'll forward it to Jeffrey and have it distributed to all the council. And then I'll ask staff, I don't want to put anyone on the spot right now because I don't know, but ask staff if we could just look into it and see if it's something worthy in participating in. They're just putting some plans together now, but they're looking for communities for each of us to reach out and see how we may play a role in a countywide effort of improving broadband and fiber. And the last thing is going to be something a few speakers brought up tonight, and I want to just go on the record tonight of saying it because I'm going to bring it up later this fiscal year, and that obviously has to do with the Fiesta. I was actually surprised to see it in the newspaper because I had not heard of a second incident of embezzlement prior to it being published in the newspaper. I hadn't heard a rumor or anything of the sort, so I was a little taken aback when I did read about it, and I became a little bit familiar with that whole situation. It really is sad to hear. But what I want to do, first off, I want a disclaimer because I'm reading a lot of comments online, and a lot of people are associating the city with the Fiesta Association and thinking that somehow the council administers the Fiesta, in which we don't. I want to make that abundantly clear that the city nor the council, we don't administer or control or oversee the Fiesta Association. Historically, we have made donations to the Fiesta to assist with the event. Last year, I will note that we did not give any monetary contribution, that all our contribution was simply in kind, and that was we paid for police services, put up some barricades. I think there's maybe some trash and or for shuttles to get people to and from safely to the event via shuttles. And that was kind of the extent of which the city assisted the Fiesta. What I do want to say is, assuming that the Fiesta it'll be next calendar year, but it'll be later our fiscal year, will come and ask for a grant. And I want to say it so that way I'm upfront about it now. But in light of this, I was clearly I knew of the first embezzlement, as I think all of us did. We all heard about it. It was all very widely reported. And that was really sad, and we were told that changes have been made and things were put in place to mitigate that ever happening again. So in light of it happening again, there's a little bit of a violation of public trust there. And it means that we can't just kind of blindly assume, or we can't just simply say, take it on good word, that changes have, quote unquote, have been made and this won't happen again. So one thing I will ask for personally as this comes up, if a request is made again to the council later this fiscal year, is I would like to see some transparency. I would like to see 5 years of financial records. I would like to see 5 years of donations, because I'm always told that the Fiesta makes donations to the community somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $35,000 a year to nonprofits in our community. I would like to know where the proceeds have gone. I would like to know that the proceeds have gone where they've said they have gone. I have heard from one organization say that they did not receive the money it was publicly stated that they did receive, but in fact they had only received half. That is, I don't have any evidence. It's more hearsay or secondhand than anything. But I want to put that to bed, and I want to rest easy on that. And then I also want to know, and this is the most important thing, but I want to know that there are financial controls in place when it comes to the fact that there needs to be 2 signatures on every check, that someone can't walk up to an ATM and withdraw funds, that there are very explicit cash handling procedures in place, just like many other organizations in our community have already put in place. This is not special. This is not extraordinary. This is just really basic fiscal management and controls that need to be put in place to know that whatever money is being handled is being done in a transparent, controlled way, safe way. To the extent which the city contributes to this organization, I don't want to say that never again we won't contribute to the Camarillo Fiesta, because I genuinely believe that there's a lot of pride in it. Our community genuinely enjoys it, and that's really important. But at the same time, I need to know that if the city is going to use our taxpayer dollars in any way to provide support to an organization, we have to have the utmost confidence that it's being done so it's being done so correctly. And at this point, I can't say that about this particular organization. I don't think that clearly, the call has been made that we throw every single organization that wants their support from the city through a whole slew of hoops and whatnot. I don't think it's necessarily required. I don't think we need to perform some in-depth audit on every single organization that comes before the city and asks for support. But when practices are called into question, and when I think the public trust is violated, not once but twice, and from what I'm being told now, potentially 3 times or more, then we have an obligation and a duty to perform greater due diligence on that organization and make sure that what has occurred in the past is not going to ever occur in the future. So I say that now because I want to let everyone be very abundantly clear that I'm going to say the exact same thing as I said tonight if Camarillo Fiesta chooses to apply for any kind of support or assistance from the city of Camarillo in the future. So, thank you.
Who would like to go next? Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, I attended Clean Power, well, I Zoomed to Clean Power Alliance. Actually, no, I didn't Zoom. That's a teleconference. So July 9th, Clean Power Alliance. July 21st, the Investment Committee. And on July 18th, I attended the virtual dedication of the Habitat for Humanity, both homes, and got to celebrate with the Morales Castro and the Lembo families. It was really exciting to see them get the keys and cut the ribbon and go into their beautiful brand new homes. Mr. Molche, I agree with what was brought up. I don't know if that needs a second council person to affirm that, but if there is a request for money from the council, then I agree that there needs to be a little bit more transparency in where that money is going. A great man said that when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something and you have to do something. He also said to get in good trouble, necessary trouble, and help redeem the soul of America. That was John Lewis. And he's been one of my heroes for many years, and I was very sad to hear of his death on July 17th. And perhaps I'm taking his words a little too seriously, but maybe not. In response to the multiple emails and that kind of went along with the comments of one of the callers tonight, snippets of my words taken out of context don't fairly represent the intent of what I was trying to communicate. So that's fine. Continue to blast them around. I know what I was trying to communicate and what I was trying to say. And I stand behind what I was trying to say. In regards to, quote-unquote, all white people being racist, that was part of a lengthy discussion about white supremacy and about systemic racism. And perhaps when you take those 4 or 5 words out, they sound shocking, and I'm, racist. I'm not racist because I said that. I am part of a racist system because I am white. That's what I was saying. I mean it. I stand behind it. And that's why I'm going to keep speaking up. And that's why I'm going to keep talking about men like John Lewis, who was one of the original freedom fighters. He was the chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He was the youngest speaker at the March on Washington. He was the leader of the march from Selma to Montgomery, where he was beaten. And he was a member of Congress for 33 years. He was a remarkable man, and what was one of the most remarkable things was that he was gentle and he was humble, and he kept fighting and he kept speaking up, no matter what they said to him, no matter what they did to him. And he got to see the fruit of his labors. Not all of them. I know he wanted more, but he got to see so much change in his life, and that is a real privilege. But the rest of us have to carry on the rest of his work. So Black Lives Matter. And that's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee.
All right, meetings attended, had a VRSD meeting. I agree, too, that Earl Joseph Drive looks really good. I have to say in my business that everybody, to a man and a woman and a child, everybody that's come in my business is wearing a face mask now. And that is really, really great. I believe Camarillo's always had really good compliance with that, but it's even better now. And I'm thrilled to see this. We've got to, it's in all of our interests to try to level these cases that we've got here, and I believe that we will. And many people have come into business, not nearly as many as they used to, but those that have come in have been very supportive of Camarillo business and have said, for me personally, to thank all the council and the staff members for helping Camarillo businesses out. Yes, a fulfillment center is coming to Camarillo, but small business is alive and well in Camarillo, and I will always believe that there'll be a place for an independent small business and somebody that can roll in with $200 in their pocket and $1,000 in war bonds and cash them in and open up a business in a place in Camarillo where there was about 10,000 people, most of them farmers, and I shake my head how anybody can open up a business under those pretenses and make it work. And people can do that. And people can do that in our city, and they are doing that at much grandiose platforms in that, and with a whole lot more money than what it takes to open up a business now than it did then. But the still Camarillo spirit is still there, and they feel they can make a go of it in this city, and they can. Everybody can make a go of it in this city if they want to. And I think a lot of us have really worked hard to try to make that happen. And tonight was another example of my colleagues stepping up to the plate and trying to help, business and Camarillo residents in general to make this place a better place to live and to work. I also want to say Jackie Rose, I'm thrilled that she was able to make a presentation tonight. She's a mover and a shaker. The best is yet to come. What she didn't have time to say is that they hope to build a new facility out there at some point. They have drawn up some plans. The very preliminary stages. It's going to be very expensive. They don't quite know how they're going to be able to finance it, but it's going to be beautiful if they can do it. So I was chair when we had the no-kill policy, and we didn't know how that was going to go. It was almost uncharted, uncharted territory in those days, and I think we've shown that it can be successful, and it is. And the accolades come in from a lot of other areas in the country. How did you do it? How did you do this? And we're to a certain extent at the forefront of that. So that's really, really good news. 10, I'm proud of my council. I'm proud of the discussions that we've had here. I'm proud of the diversity that this city has, and I'm proud that everybody loves our city. So with that, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So let me just quickly do the meetings attended since July 8th. I had a July 9th meeting at Metrolink on its strategic plan. July 10th meeting for the Ventura County Transportation Commission Board of Directors. July 14th, another Metrolink ad hoc fuel hedging committee meeting. On July 18th, I spoke at the Habitat for Humanity dedication. And today, July 22, I had a Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency Board of Directors meeting, as I see Mrs. Craven chuckling because of that. And she did that for so many years and so well. A couple of things. I mentioned at the last meeting that a concern that I would like to hopefully have brought back by staff on the Southern California Edison public safety safety shutoff protocol, and we're coming into Santa Ana season soon, unfortunately, so I would like that brought back so we can discern whether or not any changes have been made to that program, whether or not the Stavon circuit has been split because we had several power outages on that circuit which affected the west side of the city. So I would like to get an update on that. I want to compliment city staff on how nimble you all are. You know, the items tonight speak for themselves. You did a really fine job in bringing those things to us so quickly that we could do tonight. I think we've talked about this a little bit already. I know the Vice Mayor and I both did, but please, we stand together as a community. Our actions affect one another. And from a COVID-19 standpoint, please, please, take care of one another by socially distancing, washing your hands, wearing a mask, and following the guidance of our county public health officer. It's really important, and I don't want to see us slide back even further. I want us to emerge from where we are now, so please do that. Finally, tonight, I would like to adjourn in memory of Pastor Odell Rimmer. Pastor Rimmer passed away on June 22nd of this year. He was a longtime resident of the city of Camarillo since 1985. He's a Korean War veteran, and he was pastor of the Morning Star Church of God in Christ in Oxnard. And he lived here in Camarillo as a resident for many, many years. He had over 50 years of experience serving in ministry, and he positively affected thousands of lives. So I would like, with council's permission, to adjourn in the memory of Pastor Odell Rimmer, Sr. this evening. And that's it from me. I believe we are at the end of our agenda, and we will go ahead at this time then and adjourn. Thank you very much.